I don't know what was discussed already about Rosh Kislev. There was a Megillah written about the story of Rosh Kislev. I don't know which chapters you read already, which chapters you haven't read yet. I'll go to the last chapter first. A few weeks after Rosh Kislev, the Rebbe summoned Rabbi J.J. Heftel show to his office. The Rebbe told him that there are three different kinds of people who are entrusted with the secret. There are those who can keep a secret. There are those who can keep a secret, but you can tell they have a secret. And then there are those who you can't even tell they have a secret. And then they said, I want you to be level number 3. I have something important to tell you. I want to ask you to prepare for a surprise farbrengen tonight. This is the last night of Hanukkah. And I want this to be a secret between us. So we have asked if he could tell his grandson who was learning in Yeshiva in Morristown. Ever said, tell him to avoid Yeshiva in Morristown like talking to Australia. Everyone's going to know. That's not the way. So he said, can I tell my brother, Rabbi Abraham Heftel, never agreed, him and a few others could know about this surprise program. It was a farbrengen that night, short farbrengen. And the next day after the farbrengen, Rabbi Abraham Heftel wrote a letter to the Rebbe, thanking the Rebbe for inviting him to what he called a Suda dog. That didn't officially make a Suda, a meal celebration to thank Hashem for his recovery. But Rabbi Abraham Heftel felt that this was a Suda dog. Am I repeating last week's statement? Okay. So Rabbi Abraham Heftel wrote this to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe responded to something very fascinating, which maybe some of you have heard before, unbelievable. The Rebbe said to him, look in the Zohar, on the Daf Bais, page 4b, look in the Zohar. He wrote him a thank you for inviting this meal celebration. The Rebbe's response was, look into the Zohar. What does it say in the Zohar? Before we get to the Zohar, there was a farbrengen that the previous Rebbe led before he became Rebbe. And at this farbrengen, the previous Rebbe shared a teaching they had heard from Rashbatz, his mashpia. Rashbatz was a Hasidic mentor who had taught the Marash, the Cashapp, and Friedrich Rebbe. And the Friedrich Rebbe shared something he heard from Rashbatz. Rashbatz said that there was a father and a son who worked together as wagon drivers. And they lived in a part of Russia where the sun rose very early. 2 o'clock in the morning, they were already able to daven Shacharis. And at 10 o'clock in the morning, they would have breakfast. They would go out to pick people up from the train, bring them back to the city. They'll go back and forth. One morning, it's the 17th of Tammuz, it's a fast day. So it's not possible to eat. So instead of eating at 10 o'clock in the morning, they were only able to eat at 10 o'clock at night when the fast ended. So the sons complained the whole day, Dad, when are we going to have breakfast? And I said, later, it's a fast day, later, not 10 o'clock in the morning, at 11, 12, till 10 o'clock at night. So his father finally gave him food and the fast. The next day, his father wanted to wake up the next morning to start work again. He says, Dad, I'm not getting up. He says, why aren't you going to get up? I'm not getting up because you're not going to feed me. He said, my son, I want you to know something. Heint is nish nechtu. Today is not yesterday. Today isn't yesterday. In a similar way, today is Chodesh Kislev. Today is not yesterday. Something very incredible Hashem is giving us today. So to know what this is, we have to know what the Rebbe said about this day. Let's look into the Zohar and now understand why Heint is nish nechtu. What exactly is in this day that we need to absorb. What's the number one word in Tanya? The word that's used more often than any other word in Tanya. Anybody know? The number one word in Tanya? No? No? Any volunteers? What word is used more than any other word in Tanya? Mamish. Oh, very good. Mamish. Last Motzei Shabbos, I was by the Kinsa Shluchim in New York, and there were two world-class mashpiyim, we'll mention their names, two world-class mashpiyim, and they were discussing the Geula, they were discussing coming the Mashiach, and they were discussing how the Rebbe put this as a central thing we should pay attention to. And one mashpiyah was saying, no, what the Rebbe means by this? The Rebbe means by this is that we should live in a world without jealousy. We should live in a world without competition. We should live in a world, our world should be a world where we feel divine providence in a vivid way. That's the world we should live in. And he's going on and on explaining this. And the other mashpiyah, after he finished, very politely, he asked him if he agrees. He says, it's very true what you're saying. It's just missing one word, and that is mamash. It's not enough just that we have this wonderful world of where everyone gets along. We actually have to Mashiach to actually come. We need the Bais Hamikdash, we need Tchias HaMesim, the Karbonos. Until that happens, we're not done yet. And it's to bother us, or it doesn't bother us, we have to act as if it bothers us, that we want something to happen. It was a king who was traveling with his son. This is a parable that was brought by Hasidic masters about the meaning of a yontif. King was traveling with the son, and when the king travels, I guess talking too long already, yeah?
No, I don't think so.
King is traveling with the son. When the king travels, he goes to the whole royal cabinet. And they travel for a long time, they're going through various villages and cities, and they come into this desert. Again, the desert, the way the story goes, there's no water. We have to get the king's son some water. The prince is very thirsty. What should we do? So, two of the king's ministers give the king different advice. One minister says, he'll call him Reuben. Reuben says, Your Majesty, you know what we need to do? We need to go to the nearby town. It takes 3 hours to get there, 3 hours to get back. And in 6 hours, your son will have water. Good idea. Shimon, what do you say? Shimon says, Your Majesty, under the place we're standing right now, with our equipment, we can tell that there's water here. We'll dig over here, we'll dig and dig and dig, and in 12 hours, we'll be able to create a sink and a pipe and a faucet, and your son will have water in 12 hours. The king opted for Shimon's suggestion. And the prince had to wait a lot longer for the water. And the prince said to the king, Your Majesty, why is it that you chose the option of Shimon and delayed my thirst for another 6 hours? So the king said, one day, the winds of time may put you in a circumstance where you don't have the luxury of having a whole group of people doing your bidding like I do. And you may be stuck in this very same desert. And you may not know, you may not be able to get water. But we're going to put this sink here, so if you ever get lost in this desert again, you will have water. So the prince said to the king, Your Majesty, but how will I know where the water is? How will I know where the sink is? After such a long time. So the king said, we're going to put this in the royal maps. We're going to put this as signs, and you will know where the water is. In a similar way, Jewish people are the prince, and we're sent into the desert, into the Golus, into the exile. And Hashem gives us wells of water through the various various holidays. And we know if we dig, if we pay attention to what's going on in this yontif, we're able to absorb and receive something more than that would to rejuvenate ourselves to go where we need to get to. So the Rebbe said, look in the Zohar. What does it say in the Zohar? It says like this. Rabbi Chia was a student of Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Chia, after Shimon's passing, he wanted to see Rabbi Shimon any way he could, whether in a dream, whether awake. He wanted to see Rabbi Shimon. And he fasted for 40 days. After 40 days, he was told in Shemayim, he's not going to be able to see, Rabbi Shimon. So he fasted for another 40 days. After another 40 days, he had a dream. And in the dream, he saw Rabbi Shimon and his son Elazar in Gan Eden. They were learning Torah together in Gan Eden. And while they were in Torah, thousands and thousands of neshamas, of souls, joined them. And they were listening to every word of Torah Rabbi Shimon and Elazar was learning. And Rabbi Shimon noticed Rabbi Chia outside, looking in. He invited him to come in. And when he came in, other neshamas also came in. And these neshamas went through the chamber of Rabbi Shimon to the Mesifta Derakia, to the heavenly academy, the Yeshiva Shalmaila, and in Yeshiva Shalmaila, the leader of the heavenly yeshiva is an angel called Matat. So these neshamas went up, the neshamas came down, and when they came down, they were luminous, they were radiant. And Rabbi Shimon said to Rabbi Chia, come and see and enjoy the revelation that Hashem will give to the tzaddikim when Mashiach will come. Come look what's going to happen when Mashiach will come. Let me show you the revelation of Hashem that's going to happen when Mashiach will come. So Rabbi Chia is looking, and a malach, an angel said to him, you can't look at Rabbi Shimon's face, it's too bright. Look at his feet. But even though he was looking at his feet, it was so luminous, it was still something overwhelming. So Rabbi Shimon announced to the tzaddikim in this world, it's quoted in Tanya chapter 10, that Rabbi Shimon said that whoever has not transformed darkness to light, whoever has not transformed bitterness to sweetness, is unable to come here and to see. This is something special. You can only see if you, in this world, you're someone who brought light in a place of darkness, who transformed bitterness to sweetness. Then you could see this. After she made this announcement, the Malach Matat visited from Yeshiva Gadim. He comes down and he says this. He says that Hashem is upset about the exile of the Jewish people and the exile of the Shechem. And Hashem is, so to speak, kicks all the heavenly rakim, all the heavenly abodes, because Hashem is, so to speak, in pain from the exile of the Shechem and the exile of the Jewish people. The Matat leaves, angel Matat leaves, and then Mashiach himself, the Bechi hears the announcement, Panu Neser, make room, the Neshama Mashiach is going to come to the Heichel, the chamber of Rabbi Shimon. Mashiach comes to the Heichel, Mashiach comes to the chamber of Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi Shimon speaks to Mashiach. Mashiach says to Rabbi Shimon, you have a great merit, because your Torah gives light to the Torah in heaven and light to the Torah and mitzvahs. Gives light to the Torah and mitzvahs are done in this world in a light that envelops the whole world. You are doing something amazing, and the tzaddikim agree with what you're doing, and Hashem himself, so to speak, agrees with what you're doing. You're doing something amazing. So why did I come to visit you? Mashiach said, I came to visit you because I wanted to hear what Malach Matat said. So Rosh said to him what Malach Matat said. He told him how Hashem is upset. And when Mashiach heard this, Mashiach cried out very loud. And it says when Mashiach cried out loud, so then the world shook, the ocean shook, the Leviathan shook, and the world was going to collapse all of a sudden. And then the Mashiach noticed Rabbi Chia, and he said, Rabbi Chia was by the feet of Rabbi Shimon. And Mashiach said to Rabbi Shimon, why is there a human being here? Rabbi Shimon had made a decree that no one can come to the world to come with money, with garments of this world. In order to come to the world to come, you have to pass away. And yet, there's a human being coming to Gan Eden. How can this be? So Rabbi Shimon Yochai said, this is not just anybody. This is someone who is giving light to the whole world with Torah mitzvahs. So Mashiach said, well, now that he's here, let him stay here. Let him stay here in Shemayim. Let him stay here in this world. And let him join your yeshiva. Let him join here, this higher world where you are. So Rabbi Shimon Yochai davened, and he said to Mashiach, he said, no, he should go back to this world. It's not his time yet. He should come back to this world. And Mashiach agreed, and that's why Rabbi Chia returned to this world. That's all what the Zohar says about the story on page Daled and Bais Bezalel, and what the Rebbe told Rabbi Avram Hecht to look at, to understand what is Rosh Chodesh Kislev. Well, 2 weeks ago, I was invited to this forum called Impact Forum. Impact Forum is a group of very dedicated Jews who are very interested to prevent there being any anti-Semitism. And they have a whole system what they're doing for anti-Semitism, how they're going to stop Kanye West, how they're going to stop this and stop that. They're going to announce it, they're going to publicize it. And they're getting together, putting money together, sort of like a Shark Tank. They had these two organizations come, they presented what they're doing to stop anti-Semitism. They asked all these Jews, two very rich Jews. Everyone in the room had between 8 and 10 zeros. I just had the zeros. I don't know why I was invited. Anyway, so they asked all these Jews to donate these organizations to stop anti-Semitism. One of the organizations, showing how great the organization is, they said about 2 years before Kanye West, there was another rapper in England, and this rapper was notorious for his anti-Semitism, and they wanted him to go off of Twitter. So they spoke to Twitter, and Twitter ignored them. So this very enterprising young Jewish man, he got this cartoon, and he managed to put a spotlight on the center of Twitter in London, so you could see on London middle of the night, a Twitter bird dropping tweets all over the building, anti-Semitic tweets, and it said the center of hatred. And you can imagine all of the newspapers and all of the radio and news stations all picked up this story. And by the next day, the rapper was off of Twitter, off of Facebook, off of YouTube. And that was the purpose of this event, to encourage them to support this kind of activity. At the end of everything, they invited this Israeli news reporter, actually a frum lady, Miri Regev, and she should give her talk. She says, it's very important to expose hatred, etc., etc. But she says, let me ask you a question. More than exposing hatred, shouldn't we show what we have? Besides showing what the nations, the world say about us and why it's not good, shouldn't we show the goodness of what we have? And she said the following thing. Imagine, give me 2 more minutes. 4 minutes is okay? Imagine if every country in the world had a newspaper. There was no TV, there was no radio, there was no television. All there is one newspaper every 100 years. And that newspaper, you put in all the important things that happen to your people. So imagine the Jewish people had such a newspaper. From 1922 to 2022, what would we put in our newspaper? And everyone has different things about they're putting wildly. This happened, that happened. And she wanted to bring out that the Jewish people accomplished so much, and they came from the Holocaust, and what they did, accomplished in a social way, in an economic way. But listen, Chevre, Mashiach is going to come. The headlines of 2022 is Bias HaMashiach, is revelation of Elokus, of godliness, Be'il Mazah Gashmi, in this physical world. Once we know the top headlines in the newspaper, we're going to discover all the other major events that happened in a whole different way. We're going to classify things a different way. We're going to discover that Rosh Chodesh Kislev is the day that Chosav Havayas Reya Kodshay, that Hashem revealed himself to us and gave us our Rebbe, and gave all of us a connection to Rebbe. And not just then, on Tafshan Meches 1978, but every year Rosh Chodesh Kislev, Ma'ila B'Kodesh, whatever came to the world then, comes to the world in a greater way than ever before. As Rebbe said that in Chodesh Kislev, there is a time when Yad Chasim Alayin, when all those who do for Chabad and do for the Rebbe are blessed with extraordinary success. And so we're going to see when Mashiach comes how, yes, Mashiach came. Before Mashiach came, there was Chodesh Kislev, and the Eibusha sent Reb Chia back to the world. And the Eibusha sent us our Rebbe. And this day, Rosh Chodesh Kislev, the day Hashem empowers us to get in touch with Mamish. Get in touch with really the Kavanah Elyono, the divine intent of what we're here for. And we're empowered today to do something mamashistic, do something practical to make it happen. L'chaim, l'chaim, Eibusha should help each of us, as Rebbe said, if farbrengen should have an impact. L'chaim should have an impact on each of us. Something should happen, something should go forward in a way that we'll see this day was a day that, keep going. Oh, all right. Listen. I came an hour and a half late. I'm going to listen to this rabbi. I'm not going to argue with him, no problem. Okay. Could we have a niggin first? No niggin. No niggin. Go straight. Okay, go forward. Go forward. No argument. All right. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. There's something unusual you could see about chassidim after Chodesh Kislev that didn't exist before Chodesh Kislev. Before Chodesh Kislev, you didn't find chassidim who wore kapottas every day. People wore kapottas every day. People wore kapottas on Shabbos, on Yom Tov. There were very great rabbis that wore kapottas every day, but it wasn't the thing. Something that changed among chassidim after Chodesh Kislev is a different kind of discussion, different kind of connection. Something new that Hashem gave us on Chodesh Kislev. There were three people who were on an island, and they saw this piece of wood float ashore. They're all discussing, what is this piece of wood? What is this about? And as they're discussing what this piece of wood what is about, one man says, you know what, before I came to the island, I was a lumberjack. And I could tell this piece of wood is really cherry wood. It's a very special kind of wood. It's an expensive kind of wood. We never had this kind of wood in our own before. And all the natives are like, shh, wow, cherry wood. It's amazing. That's great. And they start to smile. We have cherry wood. Another guy looks at a piece of wood and says, this is not just cherry wood. You know what this is? You could see in the wood that there is, that this wood is like this furniture. This furniture. This is fine carpentry. I was a carpenter before I came to the island. This piece of wood, there's a cabinet, there's something going on in this piece of wood. This is not just a piece of wood, this is fine carpentry. And the third guy comes over. The third guy looks at this piece of wood. The third guy says, no, guys, it's not just carpentry. You know what this is? He looks and he says, there's wires in this thing. So I used to be an engineer. This isn't just carpentry or a piece of wood. This thing is a machine. We never had machines around before, and all of a sudden, all the natives start dancing and singing. Wow, we have a machine! This is amazing! We got a machine! Wow. Okay. As they're talking, another man floats ashore. He takes a little tree stump. He puts his head down next to the piece of wood. He starts playing the most beautiful music. What was it? It was a piano. But who was lying with these three people? Was a lumberjack lying? Was a carpenter lying? Was the engineer lying? None of them were lying. They all said very valid reasons of why this piece of wood is something special. They all said this is something really special. They all felt, wow, this is something unique. They all liked it. But they came very, very far in the true value of the piece of wood. Very far. Even though they said very valid reasons of its worth, what they said was negligible compared to the real value of the piece of wood. Why? Because they never saw a piano before. And in order to know what a piano is about, you have to go to the one who created the piano. That's to understand what a piano is. In Hebrew, the word halacha stands for Hariu Hashem Kol Aretz. Sing to Hashem all the world. The world is a grand symphony of Hashem. And everything in the world sings to Hashem. But how do you make the right tune of each thing in the world? Is by following halacha. Halacha is the purpose of each thing in the world. You can't create the music that the Eibishter wants without the halacha, without following what Hashem wants you to do with it. There are many different ways that we could define ourselves and our circumstances without going to the author. Look at the state of Israel, for example. The state of Israel is very busy answering the questions of the world. The world says to Israel, Israel, you are apartheid. Israel, you are thieves. Israel, you have stolen the land that doesn't belong to you. What does Israel do? Israel is busy answering the questions of the world. What does Israel do? Israel says, we'll prove to you we're not thieves. We're going to release 1,000 prisoners with blood on their hands to show you we're not thieves. Israel says to the world, we're not apartheid. We're going to remove all of our soldiers from this place and Israel keeps on moving back and keep on answering the world's questions. Israel is busy answering the world's questions, but Israel doesn't answer its own question. Israel only answers everyone else's questions. Israel needs to ignore everyone else's questions and answer its own question. What's Israel's own question? I am a sheep, and there's 70 wolves around me. How in the world am I going to make it? That's the only question Israel has to focus on. But Israel, instead of answering its own question, is busy answering everyone else's question. Find a similar thing in the story of Yosef and Yehuda, when Yosef accuses the brothers of taking his silver cup, Yehuda comes before Yosef, and Yosef had accused him of many things. You guys are spies. You have come from other lands. So he said, no, we're not spies. And they bring him Shimon. Yosef says, you guys are thieves. You stole my cup. We're not thieves. And finally, Yehuda stops answering Yosef's question and starts asking his own question. Yehuda says to Yosef, maybe we're thieves, maybe we are spies, all may be true. But Yehuda said to Yosef, but how can I go to my father and the boy that I brought, but is not coming with me? I might be a spy, I might be a thief, but it doesn't matter. I don't care about that. I want you to answer my question. How can I go to my father without my brother Binyamin? Once Yehuda asked his own question, and the whole charade stopped. Then Yosef announced who Yosef was, and then Binyamin was released. It's beautiful ways of defining ourselves. In Derashvi, in this farbrengen, in Kislev, we come to forget it to farbrengen. Many ways of looking at what we're trying to accomplish here. Many ways of trying to figure out what we're trying to come out with from the farbrengen. But in order to answer what we're supposed to do over here, we have to ask our own question. We have to ask what am I doing here? Why am I by this farbrengen? What is a Chodesh Kislev about for me? And what does Hashem expect from me that something should happen differently in my life this year of Hakil? What should happen for me? Where should I go? We have to can't answer everyone else's questions. Everyone has their own questions to answer that people ask them. But instead of answering everyone else's questions, I think tonight, as Chassidim did after Rebbe's heart attack, Chassidim started asking a different question. They couldn't see the Rebbe. And the Rebbe was in his room. And the Rebbe was suffering. Chassidim started asking, what is the Rebbe doing? Started asking, what am I doing? How can I help the Rebbe's Gezun? A new kind of chassid was created, Rosh Chodesh Kislev. And on this day, when Hashem gave us the great bracha of Yad Chsim al Yena, of the Rebbe's Gezun, on this day Hashem empowers us to listen to our own questions and to ask ourselves, what can we do to contribute to make it happen? Chaim Rav. I must have said I have to sing for my dinner. It's not going to work with this. The advertisement said that I'm going to help everyone discover their shlichus. That was what the advertisement said. I heard this following story from someone who was the Eid Riyah, witnessed the story. He actually hosted a couple. I'm going to share with you their story. It's an incredible story, and I think it's something that will give us some insight into discovering our own personal shlichus, our own personal mission. The longest letter of the previous Rebbe was written to Rabbi Ayman from Los Angeles, Zayda, I think. And it was written about how he asked the previous Rebbe, how do you discover your personal mission? How do you know? The first page of the letter, the previous Rebbe asks very simple questions. Where do you come from? What education do you have? What resources do you have? Who's your parents? In other words, to answer the question is very deep question about the purpose of your life, where you're going. You have to answer very simple, down-to-earth questions. Where are you? What are your circumstances? There's a pasuk we say every day, Yishmav Hashem with all your hearts. And the Sifri says, what does it mean with all your hearts? Your heart should not be divided against Hashem. Why does the Torah use the word mocking, use the word place? Hashem, there's many names for Hashem. There's lo yibcha cholok mocking. So Chassidic masters say, you shouldn't feel that your space that you're in, you don't want to be there. You want to be somewhere else. Lo yibcha cholok mocking, you shouldn't be at odds where Hashem placed you and say, I would rather be somewhere else. When Hashem first appears to Moshe Levin was wearing shoes. Hashem told Moshe Levin, take off your shoes. Chassidic masters explained Hashem's instruction to Moshe Levin were instructions for each of us about being in God's space. When we are in God's space, wherever we are, Chassidic masters asked the question, what's the holiest place in the world? What's the holiest time in the world? What's the holiest person in the world? You think like the Bais Bezalel, Yom Kippur, the Kohen Gadol. The answer is no. The holiest place in the world is here. What number Whipple Avenue? Where are we? This is the holiest place in the world. What's the holiest time in the world? It's 9:35 p.m. on Chodesh Kislev. Who's the holiest person in the world? You're the holiest person in the world. That's the meaning of Hashem's instruction to Moshe Levin, take your shoes off. Why didn't take your shoes off? The Hebrew word for shoe is the same as the word for lock. Take your locks off your feet. Don't feel the place you're in, you're locked in there. You don't have a choice of where you are. You'd rather be in a million other places. You're stuck where you are. Take the locks off your feet. The opposite. Of the place you're standing is that's the holiest place. The place that you are right now, that's where the mission of Hashem is. That's Admas Chodesh. We look at the place we're in, and we're very limited at the possibilities that could happen, what it's meant to be. The Rabbi of West, I don't remember his name right now, came to the Rebbe to get lekach, as did every year in 1990. And he'd always ask Rebbe for a bracha for his city. But we came to get lekach in 1990, asking for a bracha for West Berlin. Rebbe gave him a 2 pieces of lekach. Rebbe said, this is for ganz Berlin. This is for the whole Berlin. And a few months later, that's when President Reagan said, I'm looking in the Reichstag, and the wall came down, and it became one Berlin. There's Reb Shmuel Levin. He said there's a difference between a Navi and a Rebbe. What's the difference? A Navi, whatever will be, he sees. A Rebbe, whatever he sees will be. Getting back to the couple. So this couple living in Paris is having a very hard time. As often happens, and many of us know how this works personally, I'm sure at this farbrengen, on Zoom, some people, that when you try to become more frum than your spouse, one of you is going to go faster than the other. And that causes a little bit of friction. They've actually told Mrs. Sarah Carmeli, never argue with your spouse about God and religion. Never argue. But regardless, this couple was having a hard time. The husband was up to wearing a kapata and chitas, and his wife didn't want to wear a sheitel. You can imagine the dissonance between them caused friction. So they came to Rabbi Zimov in Paris. What should we do? Rabbi Zimov said, what you need to do is you need to go to the Rebbe. Whenever he had a hard nut to crack, like, I don't know what to do, easy solution, right? Go to the Rebbe. So they come to the Rebbe, and the host told me the story. The one who hosted them, he said, when they came back, I don't remember if she came back with a sheitel, or she asked when she got back where she could buy a sheitel. I don't remember. But right away, she said to her, what happened? Did the Rebbe scream you have to wear a sheitel? No, they haven't mentioned anything about a sheitel. So what happened? See, she said like this. At that time, when they were in Yechidus, Rebbe began Mivtz Neshek. Rebbe began the Shabbos candle campaign. Parenthetically, I just saw a story yesterday that Rabbi Gershon Jacobson was by the Rebbe of Kishel Bracha, and he mentioned to the Rebbe, the issues of Eretz Yisrael. Rebbe says there's no answer he could see to this problem, and then never called him back, without Mivtz Neshek. But Mivtz Neshek is the solution. Shabbos candles, that's the solution. Getting back to the story. When the Rebbe began Mivtz Neshek, the Rebbe said every store, Shabbos candle campaign, every woman should light Shabbos candles, every girl over the age of 3 should light Shabbos candles. Another parenthetical thing, it's not over 3. Some people think you have to be 3 years old to light Shabbos candles. It's not true. Light Shabbos candles before the age of 3 as well. As soon as you're able to see the bracha, the Rebbe said you could light Shabbos candles. The Rebbe told that to my sister-in-laws, to my mother-in-law. She looked at my sister-in-law lit Shabbos candles before the age of 3, and the Rebbe was very happy. He said, "Your mazal, your mazel should shine." So it's not you have to wait till 3. But either way, when that began into Neshek, the Rebbe said that every store should have brochures about Shabbos candles. Every store should have brochures about Shabbos candles. So the Rebbe said to this woman who came to the Rebbe's room in an audience, the Rebbe said to her, "Madame, what are you doing in Paris?" So she still told the Rebbe that she has a beauty salon in the center of Paris. So the Rebbe said to her, it would be worthwhile to put Shabbos candle brochures on the table in your salon. So she responds, it's a great idea. She would love to do it. But the way her salon is arranged, there's just no room to put any brochures on any table. It's just the way it's set up, it wouldn't work. Never took out a pencil and a paper. Never drew a picture of a salon. Never drew a picture of her salon. I never said if it's like this. Never drew all the chairs and all the details of the whole salon. If your salon is made like this, then you can put the table over here and you can put the brochures over there. So when she saw the Ruach HaKodesh, the Rebbe saw exactly what's going on in her salon. It just wow. And she came back and she said, I want to wear a sheitel. What changed in her perspective was that
hello.
It was something more than Ruach HaKodesh.
How are you, Simcha?
You need to have more simcha.
Yeah.
You could have a farbrengen. You could have to have simcha.
Yeah. Oh no.
Following words. He told the Rebbe, I want a bracha from the Rebbe. I should do whatever the Rebbe wants and always be happy. That's the words I heard from the guy like myself. He wrote to the Rebbe, I want to always do what the Rebbe wants me to do. With simcha means the constant joy. The Rebbe wrote back to him. The Rebbe changed, as Rebbe often did. He would write a note in the person's own words, so that to read the person's words read differently, so that he should actually say what he's supposed to say. So Rebbe wrote on the letter, if you will always be happy, you will always do what the Rebbe wants you to do. As long as you always be happy, you'll get there. There's another couple when having very hard problems in Gizul and health problems. They asked him for a bracha. Ever responded? They certainly made a mistake and they ate the fruits of Shemitah. Okay. Now they happen to only eat kosher. So how do they eat the fruits of Shemitah? So it must be one of the hechsherim in their house is invalid. Is it okay? Is it the OU? So they wrote, dear Lubavitcher Rebbe, which hechsher do you not approve of? Is Lubavitcher not into the OU or the okay? Which one isn't? Which one don't you like? Imagine. So the Rebbe responded, Aveiz Hashem b'simcha, serve God with joy. Ha-peretz geder, which breaks all limitations. Gam ha-geder the shkiyas miyavim, including the limitation of shkiyas miyavim. Shkiyas miyavim means, how can any mortal human being not be certain not to make mistakes? Everyone makes mistakes. Shkiyas miyavim, if you're human, you're going to make mistakes. But the Rebbe said, if you'll be happy, if you'll be b'simcha t'midis, you're going to get it right. Your limitation as a human being that you make mistakes, that's true if you're a limited human being. But if you're b'simcha, the simcha transports you beyond the limitations of a human being, beyond the limitations of shkiyas miyavim, and you'll get it right. So imagine, you're walking down, what's the supermarket over here called? You have Ralph's over here? Ralph's made it to Chicago? No? All right. Huh? Jewel? You're walking in the Jewel. You're walking down the 10th aisle, and you're looking for a product. And they're just saying, you're going to get it right if you're b'simcha. Somehow the Eibush will guide you if you're b'simcha. You know what's going on? That's what changed in this woman's life. What changed in her life wasn't that she saw Ruach HaKodesh. Is that the Rebbe knows me, he knows where I am, and he knows the circumstances that I'm in. And because he knows where I am and the circumstances that I'm in, when he tells me to do something, I know I could do it because he's talking to me, where I am and the circumstances that I'm in. It wasn't just that she saw Ruach HaKodesh. It was spoken to her about her store where she was. This is your store, and this is how you can make it happen. This is how you can make it work. Dr. Weiss, I remember looking at the Rebbe on the balcony when the Rebbe came out, and all the other secretaries of the Rebbe, and the Rebbe encouraged you singing, they politely, whatever, they moved their hands a little bit. And there was one guy always going crazy. One guy was like a chassid, dancing. Rebbe means me. He's encouraged to sing, I gotta dance. It was something I'll never forget. I'm not part of the crowd over here. I'm with the Rebbe and I gotta dance. That's the idea of Shalei Cholok al Mokim. You feel the circumstances that you are in, where you are, the Shalom Aleichem, I think the locks off, you feel I'm sent here, and where I'm in, the circumstances that I'm in, it's hard. Everyone has their own things going on. But with the simcha, you feel that you're sent there and you're empowered. The simcha guides you to get it right. Chaim Baruch. As you can tell, they didn't hire me because of my voice. Please, let's go. Come on. Hey, ya, oh, you I heard this story also from the person this happened to. He was nodding to the Rebbe, and he told the Rebbe that the Rebbe told him, you should take from here, from being with the Rebbe, for Gashmias and for Ruchnias, for physical blessing and for spiritual blessing. So he responded to the Rebbe, I want to take the Rebbe with me. I want the Rebbe to come with me. So the Rebbe said to him, if du es nehmen the Ruchnias von danet, mit sich, you take the Ruchnias with you, you will take me with you, and you should use me out for good things. If you take the Ruchnias from here with you, you'll take me with you also, and you should use me out for good things. Now this person, he shared this with me, and he told me his interpretation of this. I mean, he pickled in this idea, obviously, for many decades. He never told us them that something important in Yechidus. So I'm sure his interpretation of this is not some interpretation, but something that, at Druchkelev, that he lived with day after day, month after month, year after year. And he told me how he interprets what the Rebbe said. He said that what the Rebbe means, what's the Ruchnius of the Rebbe? Take the Ruchnius of the Rebbe with you. What does that mean? It says that the Arizal merited to have Ruach HaKodesh because of Simcha Shal Mitzvah. The Arizal was so joyous, he did mitzvahs, and the merit of his Simcha Shal Mitzvah, merit of his joy mitzvahs, he merited to have Ruach HaKodesh. In a similar way, it says that our Simcha guides us to do things in a better way. How did the Baal Shem Tov merit Ruach HaKodesh? The Arizal merited Ruach HaKodesh and Simcha Shal Mitzvah. How did the Baal Shem Tov merit Ruach HaKodesh? Anybody know? Baal Shem Tov merited Ruach HaKodesh, said the Frierdiker Rebbe, through Simchas Ahavas Yisrael. His sheer joy in Jews, that's what brought him Ruach HaKodesh. So he told me, this guy, he says, he thinks that the Rebbe means take the Ruchnius of the Rebbe with him. What does that mean? Take Ahavas Yisrael. Take the Rebbe's Ahavas Yisrael. That's what it means, take the Rebbe with him. How do you know you're in the Rebbe's zone? Is you're in the zone of Ahavas Yisrael. It was one year when they printed the Rebbe's pamphlet called Ahavas Yisrael. The Rebbe compiled. There's a group of mashpiyim, group of Chassid mentors in Israel that came to the Rebbe then, and the Rebbe gave each of them a pamphlet. And the Rebbe put a signature in each of the pamphlets, except for one. Rabbi Dunan shalom, who was a unique chassid, maybe we'll talk about him later. Rabbi Dunan, he got a pamphlet, but only in his pamphlet, there's no signature. Everyone else got a signature in their pamphlet, but not in his pamphlet. Okay? He was, of course, he was someone who had an open door policy with the Rebbe. Told me, you can come into my room whenever you want. He was a very pure-hearted person. He was such a special person that whenever he saw the Rebbe ever encouraged him, he would just do a somersault. Like he was in line with other boys in yeshiva to get for dinner, and everyone's getting mashed potatoes, and he was doing somersaults. So he asked the Rebbe once, actually, in the audience, he said to the Rebbe, is it a good idea to do a somersault, when I'm in line for dinner? Right? It's a good idea, no? So, and it says in Shulchan Aruch, and that's what say Yesh Mirabah too loud, it's not because people make fun of you, so, maybe it's not a good idea. He didn't care what people thought about it, but, maybe somersaults on the way to dinner in 1414 President Street, there's nothing great for dinner there, at least in those days. So, maybe it's not a good idea. Rebbe said to him, once a year on Simchas Torah, you should do a somersault. The rest of the year, you feel excitement, you feel happiness. That should translate in learning Torah with more diligence and doing mitzvahs more beautiful. Okay. So Reuben Dunin had this open door policy with the Rebbe, pure-hearted person. He gets a pamphlet from the Rebbe. Every other guy has the Rebbe's signature in the pamphlet, except for him. It's a long flight to Eretz Yisrael. After he shook off the initial bitterness of why is he different, why didn't he deserve this, he sat down to learn the pamphlet. The guy had the pamphlet from the Rebbe. Give it to me too. I got to learn it. So you learn through the whole pamphlet for 5-6 hours on the plane. He gets the last page, and the signature is there at the end of the page. And on the last page, the Rebbe is inside at the end. The previous Rebbe shared how the Rebbe Rashab once told him about an audience that he had with Rebbe Marash. The Rebbe Marash told the Rebbe Rashab that there are two kinds of chassidim. He said there was a chassid, the Rebbe Marash named Rabbi Zalman. Nechemia Zalman was such a great Torah genius that the Tzemach Tzedek loved to talk to him because he was such a genius. The Tzemach Tzedek would have once a year on Shavuos, he would have a time when everyone could come and talk Torah on Shavuos, called the Torah table. And the greatest geniuses at the time would come to Tzemach Tzedek. He was the first guy invited. He wasn't just a Torah genius. He was someone who gave heart and soul to his davening every day. When he visited Lubavitch, he would walk a little bit away from the city. There was like a forest next to a river. And there was not a sukkah, but like it was shaped like a sukkah because of nature. This little space there between the trees. And then Marash said he would love to watch this chassid and Nechemia Zalman, how he would get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you go to this river, go to the mikveh, just meditate about godliness, about chassidus for hours and hours. Then he would daven. And after he finished davening, then he would learn Shulchan Aruch and Torah and the Gemara. And then Marash loved watching. He loved going to that sukkah and seeing this guy who was like totally immersed in another world. The previous Rebbe, by the way, was once saying a discourse, a mimer, chassidic discourse, and he got a phone call. He had to take the phone call. But when Friedrich Rebbe went to get the phone call, he said, "Aroyos from the Abba from Galilee, leaving the air of heaven." The previous Rebbe came back to the room and continued the discourse. And he said, "Tzirik, the Abba from Galilee." He said it under his breath, but he said it back in the air of Galilee. Anyways, getting back to the Nechemia Zalman. Nechemia Zalman, he was this great Torah genius, and again, in the caliber that Tzemach Tzedek respected his opinion, he was one chassid. There was another chassid of the Tzemach Tzedek whose name was Bais Bezalel. Bais Bezalel wasn't a great Torah genius. He was pretty good, not as good as Nechemia Zalman, and he was a school teacher. And he was educated by chassidim who were educated by chassidim of the Alter Rebbe. And the chassidim of the Alter Rebbe knew that the whole point of why the neshama came to this world is just to help others. That's why the neshama is in this world. The neshama is here. I told a friend of mine, every neshama in our generation is here to elevate another neshama. Each of us is here for someone else. Every neshama in our generation, Rebbe said, is here to inspire another neshama. So the chassidim of the Alter Rebbe knew this, and that's how they educated the chassidim who educated Rabbi Bezalel Chabad. Rabbi Bezalel Chabad became a school teacher, and he educated generations for 40 years of students who the Friedrich Rebbe said that a chassidic teacher has a power to make roots in a child. And all the winds in the world, not only can they not uproot the roots that a chassidic teacher gives to a child, but they can't even weaken the roots that a chassidic Shalom gives to a child. So Rabbi Bezalel Chabad, that's what he dedicated his life to teaching children. There's another chassid. His name was Rabbi Shmuel Chaim, who lived in a city called Litzon. Litzon was a city which had a very hard time with machlekes, a lot of arguments in the city. And the chassidim were in trouble because one chassid told the government about another chassid, his court cases, Mesiris. So they asked Tzemach Tzedek to send them a rabbi. He sent them a Shmuel Chaim, and Shmuel Chaim dedicated himself to lift up the spiritual caliber of the people there, and he was successful. People started liking each other. People stopped fighting with each other. He was able to do amazing changes in the city over there. This is all the Rebbe Marash Hashem and the Rebbe Rashab. And he told the Rebbe Rashab, there is Rabbi Akiva and there's Avraham Avinu. Rabbi Akiva was someone who loved Mesiras Nefesh. He loved being able to give his life for Hashem. He loved being able to be in a zone where he had to give up himself for Hashem, to hurt himself. He loved that. That's why at the end of his life, Rabbi Akiva was smiling when the Romans were peeling the skin with iron combs. Wow, I can finally say, B'chol nafshi, I'll give my soul to Hashem. That's Rabbi Akiva. But Avraham Avinu didn't care about Mesiras Nefesh. Avraham Avinu just wanted to get the job done, what Hashem wants him to do. So the Rebbe Marash told the Rebbe Rashab, although Rabbi Nechemia Zalman was someone who had sacrificed for Torah V'Aveda, for Torah and Tefillah, for decades and decades, yet he did not fulfill the intent of Baal Shem Tov. He did not fulfill the intention of Baal Shem Tov wanted to accomplish in this world. And Rabbi Yosef Hillel and Rabbi Shmuel Chaim, they were the ones who fulfilled the intent of the Eibush of Baal Shem Tov and what a neshama is here for. So Rabbi Rashab repeated this at a gathering of the Chassidim, of the Tamimim, of the Yeshiva students of Pechet Tamimim. Rabbi Rashab said prophetic words, mamash prophetic words. Unbelievable if you think about it. It's mind-boggling what he said. He said, Tamimim, the students of the Yeshiva Pechet Tamimim, wherever they will be, and they will be everywhere. Wherever, you hear that? Wherever they will be, and they will be everywhere. Even at a time when even at a time when darkness covers the earth, through them the light of Hashem will shine, and they will be the ones to seek the welfare of others and inspire others. And he said that the Tamimim, the Shiva students have to learn that he wants to create Shmuel Chaims, he wants to create Yosef Hillels. That's the purpose of the yeshiva, that there should be Shmuel Chaims, to be Yosef Hillels. When the Alter Rebbe was released from prison, the Alter Rebbe asked to go to the chassid Mordechai Lepler, and by mistake, they brought him instead to the head of the Misnagdim, the one who caused all the problems, whose name was Amnat Notkin. They brought him to his house, and one of the things that he was upset about, that he challenged, Alter Rebbe said it was harder for him those few hours with him than the whole imprisonment. One of the things that he berated Alter Rebbe about was, how dare you take for yourself the name Chassidim? How dare you call yourself Chassidim? Where do you have the chutzpah to call yourself Chassidim? What's the gechapt? Why'd you chap that name? The Alter Rebbe said, Chassidim chapin, we don't take anything. Because we believe in what the Baal Shem Tov taught, everything by divine providence, therefore we don't take anything. And this name was given by divine providence by the Misnagdim. Really, it would make sense that the Misnagdim should call themselves the Chassidim, and they should call the Chassidim the Misnagdim. They were there first, right? So they should call themselves, they're the Chassidim, and the Chassidim came to oppose them. But by divine providence, instead of calling themselves the Chassidim, they call them the Chassidim, this name Chassid. And why the Alter Rebbe said, is a Chassid called a Chassid? So Alter Rebbe said, as in Gemara, different ways of deposing of your nails. Not supposed to put your nails on the floor. The Gemara says you're supposed to burn them. And the Gemara says when you burn something that was on your body, it could cause damage to you. But nevertheless, a Chassid burns his nails in order to make sure there's not a chance there could be any damage from his nails to anybody else. Because if a pregnant woman walks upon a nail, she will lose her child, because it says that Adam and Chava, when they were created, their skin was like nails. And so a nail reminds the Eibush, so to speak, of the sin of the tree of knowledge. Anyway, so the Alter Rebbe said, the bottom line is, the Alter Rebbe said, a chassid is someone who is derish tevis, who seeks out the welfare of others. You know what that means? It means not that your Yankel comes over to you and Yankel says, Shmerel can't pay tuition. And therefore Yankel says, okay, I'll pay Shmerel tuition. What happens is that you go over to Shmerel and say, Shmerel, what's going on with tuition? That's the derish tevis means not just when someone goes over you and says there's a problem, you respond kindly, generously. Derish tevis means you go out of your way to be there for another person. Opinion Korf, before he passed away, couldn't speak anymore. And a friend of mine wanted to go show one of his friends, Rapinha, legendary chassid, wanted to show who Rapinha is. Rapinha couldn't talk anymore. What's going to show about Rapinha? Rapinha couldn't, he's in the hospital, he can't even talk. But he wanted to show Rapinha to his friend. So he brings his friend to Rapinha, he comes to the hospital, and he tells Rapinha, tell us about it. Rapinha can't even talk. He wasn't able to talk. This is the last thing Rapinha sort of said. Rapinha's motion with his head like, okay, I'll tell you something. So the boy, he goes, Bais Bezalel, and Rapinha stopped him when he got up to the letter Mem. Okay, Bais Bezalel, stopped by the letter Ayin. After about 10 minutes, you don't always get the letter right. He's stopping going so fast. After 10 minutes, he got 4 words out of Rapinha. And the 4 words were, Medarb sich ibergeb. You have to devote yourself. Those were the last word, the last part we have from the legendary Chassid Rapinha Korf is Medarb sich ibergeb. You have to devote yourself. This is the meaning of what Rabbi Cashapp said, to be Shmuel Chaim, to be Yosef Hillels. We have to, that means to be a shliach. It means that you're not here to be a Nehemiah Zalman, to be this great Torah genius, but you're thinking about the people around you, the people that you know, that you're able to make a difference to them, you're able to help them. L'chaim should take the Rebbe's ruchnius with us, which is Abbas Yisrael, wherever we go, and of course at this farbrengen, and that the ruchnius is Abbas Yisrael, there is David Salassi seeking the welfare of others. L'chaim. What's your name? Mama. 252 3159. Moshe Levin. Mama. Mama.
It's a rush.
Better than last night. Quieter, but better.
Okay, so the flesh, the Chaim, and then like the Chaim, the Choshen Rabbanim sit in Mizrach don't have the Chaim. They're the ones who need the Chaim more. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. Chaim, say l'chaim. It's Kislev the Welt. The l'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. Chaim. King Nebus Kavana, everyone wants from us. Chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. The Seder Lubavitch was on Friday night, every Friday night, Rabbi Cashapp would say a mimer. On Shabbos morning, I heard this from Rabbi Gershon Shustanu. He heard this from Rabbi Saul Jacobson, who was there. Every Friday night, Rabbi Cashapp would say a mimer. Friday night. And then they would review the mimer all night. On Shabbos morning, they would then go into Rabbi Cashapp to repeat the mimer. To repeat the mimer, Rabbi Cashapp would make various corrections in the mimer. They repeated what they remembered. Rabbi Cashapp would tell them the real way it was. So there was a series of maimarim that Rabbi Cashapp was saying.
For those who want to talk, there's a big building here. There's many rooms. Everyone can make a conversation there, but please, it's another place.
So Rabbi Cashapp was saying a series of maimarim about Avat Hanugim, about love of delight. It says in Tanya that love of delight is something that only tzaddikim can do. Only tzaddikim can reach them. It's what's called Avat Hanugim. So when the Chassidim came in Shabbos morning to repeat the mimer to Rabbi Cashapp after a few weeks of this Avat Hanugim business, one of the Chassidim had the temerity to ask Rabbi Cashapp, to whom is the Rebbe speaking? May the Alter Rebbe's Chassidim, if you talk to the Alter Rebbe's Chassidim, maybe you can talk about Avat Hanugim, love of delight of tzaddikim, and maybe levels within that too. But to us, who are you talking to? So Rabbi Cashapp responded, Peshka Balagola. Peshka, the wagon driver. Peshka Balagola, the wagon driver in Lubavitch, was considered the most uncouth, most least sophisticated chassid in Lubavitch. When the Rabbi Cashapp was once saying a discourse about the souls of Atzilus, he understood the word Atzilus to mean chains, because in Russian there's another word, chelis, which means chains. Souls in chains. He was crying out the poor souls in chains. So Peshka Balagola said to Rabbi Cashapp, Peshka Balagola, as herta maimer zen gut. When he hears a mimer, he feels good. Was aber sport gut. Why does he feel good? Does he know what the mimer is really about? Why does he feel good when he hears a mimer? It's not pshat he hears the mimer and he understands the mimer and appreciates it. Doesn't understand it. But when he hears the mimer, his end good. He feels good listening to everybody talk. What is it? Doesn't matter. As far as good, he still feels good. In other words, Rabbi Cashapp said that Peshka Balagola is experiencing Avat Hanugim, is experiencing the love of delight that's reserved only for tzaddikim. Only tzaddikim can experience Avat Hanugim, only they can. However, that's only if you went to a Chassidic laboratory and you wanted to look at the scientific definition of love of delight, then you would say it only is reserved for the tzaddikim. However, there's something of Avat Hanugim, there's something of that love of delight that everyone has. In other words, Rabbi Cashapp once said that when Chassidim learn Tanya, they feel like a dog howling at the moon, which means they feel it has nothing to do with them. It's like, this is like, whoa, like this is something for cloud nine, something for like another generation. But the truth is, Chassidim always knew that when it says in Tanya, Maskil Yavin, the intellectual can understand, the way Chassidus was taught, the way I was taught, is that a Maskil Yavin means that there's some guy on some island somewhere, and he is the Maskil, he is the intellectual guy. We don't know anybody who knows anybody who is that intellectual guy, but there must be somebody who Allah is referring to who is that intellectual guy who understands. Daila Maven, there's some guy who's a Maven. But when the Alter Rebbe is talking about Chassidim, well, the truth is that everything in Tanya, even the Maskil Yavin, even the things which seem to be reserved for the elite, there's something of that is meant for each of us. It's not. When you learn Chassidus, you're not supposed to be like a dog howling at the moon. Rabbi Cashapp once said that Tanya is like Chumash. No one, the greatest of the great, don't understand all of Chumash, of any part of Chumash, and the small, they understand something of Chumash. And so too, when in Tanya, you have to feel that the Alter is talking to you in your circumstance, and he's giving you advice about where you are. Everyone's asked. It says in the intro to Tanya, there's a 2-line intro. The Tanya, the Alter says, it's based upon the pasuk. It's based upon the pasuk how the torah is very near to you, in your heart and your mouth to do it. The Alter says, I'm going to explain this to you in a long and short road. What's the meaning of the words long and short road? It sounds like a contradiction, I've said. First, he says, it's very close to you. I'm going to tell you it's really, really close. All of a sudden, he switches and says, I'm going to tell this to you in a long and short road. Which one is it? Is it a long and short road, or is it really close? So Rebbe explained, in next week's Torah portion, the Torah says that Yaakov Avinu was sleeping in Israel, and Hashem took all of the millions of square miles of Israel, and he squeezed the hundreds and millions of square miles in Israel, and he put them under the few feet of Yaakov's body. So although Yaakov Avinu was only a few feet tall, but under his body, there was the entire length and breadth and depth of the whole land of Israel. So in a similar way, the Rebbe said, when you learn Tanya at 13, at 20, 30, 40, you learn Tanya your whole life. Wherever you are in your life, the Tanya has a message for you where you are. The Tanya covers the terrain of the hundreds of millions of square miles of psychologically, emotionally, intellectually, wherever you are physically, the Tanya has a message for you where you are. It's not something for someone else. You heard about Mazel and Seichel? Mazel and Seichel. Mazel means luck and Seichel means intelligence. They were once motorcycling together down the freeway. And Mazel is getting very tired. So Mazel says to Seichel, I got to stop right here. I'm just getting tired. And Seichel says, dude, where's your Seichel? You got to go a little further. There's a motel nearby. We'll go to sleep in a bed like a mensch. Can't stop in the middle of the road. And Mazel says, this is my Mazel. I stop here. Boom. So Mazel goes to sleep in the middle of the highway, lies down right in the middle of the highway. And Seichel goes to the side of the road, and he pitches his tent, and he can't fall asleep. He's worried about his poor friend Mazel. Along comes an 18-wheeler truck that's being driven by a guy with too many Budweisers, and he's driving 90 miles an hour in the freeway, middle of 2 o'clock in the morning, and he's driving. All of a sudden he sees there's a human being lying there in the middle of the road. So he swerves, and he runs right over his head. So the point is that if you're being sophisticated and you say, yeah, the Rebbe can't mean me because of this, because of that, or it could be with more simple. You can say, no, be more simple. Put away your seichel. The Rebbe means me, and it means here, and it means now, and there's a way for this to happen. And not always the seichel gets you there. Some seichel doesn't usually work. Kabbalah still does. Kabbalah still gets you there. The Rebbe means me, and in some way, it's something that the Rebbe is saying I could do. It's meant for me. L'chaim brach. L'chaim brach. There's Kislev again. In fact, I got switched the mood with too many slow and good because there's Kislev again. Fine. Let's start. Ay, 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 ay. I love it.
I don't even know what it is. They're very interesting people.
There's a guy that's filmed with other people in the airport. There's Rabbi Moshe from Morristown. He said that here's the guy that happened to. The guy's filmed with people in the airport, and there's a guy who walks by, gives him this look, like this like scrutinizing look. He looks at him, he stares at him, and wondering like, what does this guy want? He's looking at him, and finally, after he looks at him for a long time, like staring at him, he's like, dude, what's going on? He says, now I understand. Oh, what do you understand? He said, my father was the CEO. Actually, no, his father was the CEO. His father worked in an organization that Jewish organization that provided funding, sort of like a AJU kind of thing. Actually, it's something that directed a lot of charity to various organizations. And the Friedrich Rebbe wanted to get a grant to this organization in the tough shins in America. And he said, I drove the head of the organization to visit 770. And we came to 770, so we were shown around 770. And I could tell that the guy I drove to 770, wasn't impressed. He wasn't impressed. So as we're talking and we're looking around, we get a message that the previous Rebbe wants to see us. So the Friedrich wants to see him. Are you willing to go up and see him? Of course. So they go up the elevator, when they get out of the elevator, the guy, the head of the organization, he bends down the previous Rebbe and he says, "What should I do? What should I do?" So the previous Rebbe makes a motion like, "What does he want?" So they translate. The previous Rebbe is asking, "What should I do?" The previous Rebbe said, "He should sign." He said, "Okay, what else should I do?" That's it. You should sign, and that's it. So they went back to the car. And there's a guy who was the father of this guy in the airport. He asks the one who was driving, the head of the organization, he said, "What just happened?" He said, "What do you mean what just happened?" We were driving, and we came to the 770. We went in, we went to the third floor, and all of a sudden we saw an angel of God. What do you do when you see an angel of God? You go bend down and you say, "What am I supposed to do?" So he said, to sign a check as a donation for the previous service institutions. So are you going to do it? Of course I'm going to do it. An angel of God said to sign it. Of course I'm going to do it. So that's what this guy heard from his father. So he always wondered, what does it mean to see an angel of God? What does it mean? You see an angel. What does his father even mean that he said this other guy saw an angel of God? He always wondered what about it. He said, well, now I'm in the airport. People are going to their flights. They're in a rush. And not everybody has clear. Not everybody has wait to get, what's the other thing called? TSA. Especially on Thanksgiving, it's a long wait. But I guess the Chacham just got clear yesterday. Anyway, so not everybody, and there's a big long wait. And you're rushing. And you stop somebody, so you put on film, the guy stops. Why in the world is the guy stopping? Why is he stopping? He's stopping because there's a malach. A malach is going with you, and the malach is telling the guy to stop. That's why he has to stop. In other words, he's saying that when you're going to do something for the Rebbe, he knows that he could see it's not something which is going to teva. It's something which is going beyond nature. When Avram sent Eliezer, he said to Eliezer, in response to Eliezer's question, what if the woman doesn't want to go with me, who's meant to be the wife of your son Yitzchak? So Avram said to Eliezer, but Baruch Hu will send his angel in front of you. And what that means is that the angel will go in front of you and he'll make sure that everything just works out. And that's what happened. When Eliezer arrived, already Rivka was already planning to go outside before he got there, so she would be there at the exact moment he was there, and Eliezer knew exactly what to say, said he would know who Rivka was, and Besuel, and everything just worked out amazingly. So Rebbe said that it doesn't make sense to say that the mission of Eliezer could possibly not be successful. It's a mission that Avram sent him on for sure be successful. But what about Rivka? Doesn't Rivka have free choice? Doesn't Rivka know what she could say yes, she could say no? But on the other hand, that doesn't make sense to say that Eliezer's mission wouldn't be successful. How can we say that Avram sent Eliezer on a mission that will for sure be successful when Rivka has free will? A similar question each of us could ask. Yes, there's such a thing as Deish Tevis Lasa. Yes, there's such a thing as seeking the love for another person and trying to inspire them. Begashmish Beruchni is helping them in some way. But who says you can be able to help them? In the language of the Rebbe, you might think, I can work for 23 hours a day. But whether I'm successful or not is not up to me. That's what you might think. You might think I can work for 23 hours a day. Whether I'm successful or not is not up to me. It's up to Hashem. That's what you might think. The Rebbe says it's wrong to think that. It's wrong to think that. Just like by the story of Eliezer, it was for sure that Rivka was going to come with him. So to the Rebbe say Yitzchak is the Shechina. Yitzchak means Hashem. Because Rivka is a rose among thorns. She represents every neshama lost among Goyim. So when the shliach of the Rebbe, when each of us, as Rebbe said, every Jew is a shliach of the Rebbe, and each of us goes to approach a Jew and try to bring them back to Yitzchak, try to bring back to the Eibishter, might think our success is not in our hands. Hashem. The Torah says, but Eliezer, it's beyond Torah. Torah says it's free choice, but beyond Torah, higher than Torah. And Eliezer had this something that was beyond Torah. What do you have beyond Torah? Abdi, the servant of Abraham. Besides being the servant of Abraham, the chas means he davened. As long as you have these two,
I can help you.
you're a servant of Abraham. Don't go with your own ideas. Follow the Rebbe. And you don't rely on yourself. You daven the Eibishter, and the Rebbe says, guaranteed you're going to be successful. It's not pshat that it's not up to you. As long as Abdi Bati Av, as long as you're a servant of Abraham, as long as you follow the path that the Rebbe said you should follow, and as long as you don't rely on yourself and you daven, you have to say chassan, it's guaranteed that for sure that you're going to be successful. It means a very simple thing. Very simple thing. It means that we listen to what Rebbe tells us to do. Rabbi Yossel Weinberg, all Shalom, he everyone's so polite over here. No one tell me to talking too much or not. I'm Farbengen, weiter. Rabbi Yossel Weinberg, all Shalom, he wrote to the Rebbe extensively about his various farbrengens he would do in various places. Although he wrote extensively, he didn't always write the details. He wrote, like, I went to Madagascar, I went all over the place. I went to Madagascar, I went to Kenya, I went there and there. And one time, the Rebbe wrote back to him, you wrote b'tzimtzum. You wrote in such contraction of what, you compressed the events of what happened so short, it's even more, the Rebbe said, than the tzimtzum I spoke about in the Maimer I said on Shabbos. This is like too much. Talk to me a little bit more about what happened. So he shared with Rebbe the following thing. He farbrengen in some city, and he shared in the city a story. What was the story he shared? It was a Jew who needed a bracha for paras. And he asked the Rebbe for a bracha. And the Rebbe said he should make sure to do chitas before shkia. He should do chitas. He was doing chitas already. But he should do chitas before sundown. That's what I told him. So glad I'm taking the story on a day that I was on a plane. I had time to do chitas before sundown. Anyways, so he did chitas. That's what I told him. He did chitas before. He started listening to the Rebbe. He did chitas before sundown. All of a sudden, his finances, whoop, they went back up. I wanted to share the story. And he said, I did that saying, you need a bracha for parnasa. What you have to do is everyone should say chitas before shkia. So one guy raises his hand, Rabbi Weinberg, Verzakt. Who says? The Rebbe told Yankel to chitas before shkia as a school for parnasa. But every Jew has his own path to the Eibishter. Every Jew has their thing they need to do to open the gates of heaven. Who says that's for everybody? That's what Rebbe told someone, not for me. And Weinberg responded, as this is a bit shalom of Shabbos. It's not like shalom. What does it mean? It's not like shalom. He said in time of Tzemach Tzedek, there was a chassid who had a very bad stomach problem. So bad that he couldn't have shalom. He was by the Tzemach Tzedek, by Farbengen. And Tzemach Tzedek said, our Rebbe never ate shalom, ever. Rebbe Chaim Mushka said he's supposed to attack a hot food on Shabbos, and isn't tea hot food? Never ate shalom. Either way, the Tzemach Tzedek apparently did. By the way, the previous Rebbe, one Shabbos, the previous Rebbe was served a lot of shalom. The previous Rebbe was a bit of like, I don't know what right word to say, but he didn't want that amount of shalom. He had to eat it because on Shabbos he said, in honor of Shabbos, you have to finish all that you're served. You can't just eat part of what you're served. And they served the previous Rebbe too much shalom, so you had to eat the whole shalom. He said, what did you do? What are you doing to me? Another interesting thing. One time, the previous Rebbe was at a meal, and they told the previous Rebbe there was no shalom. True story. And after the previous Rebbe benched, they told him that there was shalom. So he washed again in order to eat shalom during the Suda of Shabbos. Apparently, there's an Indian that not just you eat shalom, not just you have a Suda, but the shalom should be part of the Suda. So people say, wash a second time in order to have the shalom as part of the Suda. So even if you don't have shalom, the flesh also is part of the Suda. So Rabbi Weinberg said that this chassid by Tzemach Tzedek Farbengen, and Tzemach Tzedek told him to eat shalom. So he ate the shalom, even though his intestines weren't necessarily agreeable to such a meal. And he was fine. The next week he's at home, he wanted to have shalom. And his wife said, no. By the Rebbe told you to have shalom is good. Now you're not by the Rebbe, this is not the time to have shalom. He didn't listen to his wife. And he ate the chont, he had Levin la Yehudim. It wasn't, he had to go speak to his doctor after Shabbos and try to figure things out. It wasn't good. So Rabbi Weinberg said, saying chitas before Shkia is not like chont on Shabbos. It's something which is for every person. And Deborah gave a very strong response that indeed he's right, that's true, that's not for every person, it's a school for everyone. Saying chitas before Shkia is a bracha. So as long as there is this Avi Batiyav, as long as we're following Rebbe's instructions, saying chitas before Shkia, in Rambam, we're approaching Jews the way we're meant to approach Jews. The Abbas Yisrael, which is the first time of time, which is the root of Mitzvah, and we daven, we don't rely on ourselves. It's for sure, it's border, it's clear that we'll be able to bring Rivka back to Yitzchak. David will send the Malach with us to make it happen. All we need to do is just follow direction. Chaim l'chaim v'rach. Huh? Push somewhere. Listen, you look like a smart man. We're talking about money over here. Is it worth it to ask that question? Hine matem o manoyim Achim gam yochal la 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 la. Oh, you know, that's only just. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know. Chaim Roch. I know why it is. The Eibush created the world in a way. The smetana, the most geschmacka things are always at the end, right? Like you have soup, and then you finish the soup, a little bit on the bottom, and you have to like wait till everyone leaves until you pick it up, and you have the best part of the soup. So it's us. So it's also by farbrengen. The Eibush created the world in a way. Baruch Hashem, I was able to come into the smetana part, the end of farbrengen. But as it is us, so Baruch Hashem, we're at the past the beginning of the farbrengen. So you go to the smetana. There was 1 year, on it was in Hayav, and the Rebbe shared a pirush, a meaning of the pasuk Yetzi Adam Lefala Adasi Li'aref, from the Arizal, from the Baal Shem Tov, and from who else? From the Arizal, Baal Shem Tov. Remember in a second. The pasuk, the type of the pasuk like this: Yetzi Lefala Adasi Li'aref. A person goes out to work. Oh, not the Rebbe. The Arizal, Baal Shem Tov, the Rebbe. The Rebbe shared three explanations. The pasuk Yetzi Adam Lefala Adasi Li'aref. The Rebbe is like this. The Arizal explains the pasuk Yetzi Lefala Adasi Li'aref like this. Person goes out to work, and he works until evening. Said the Arizal, what does it mean? Whatever you do in this world, that's what you continue with in the world to come. You do something in this world, and you go in the evening, go to Gan Eden, you continue whatever you did in this world. Whatever, if you were someone who's into Nigla and the real parts of Torah in this world, in the heavenly world, you're also into Nigla. If you're the chassidus, in heaven, we're going to chassidus. It's on the following, whatever you do in this world, you continue in the Yeshiva Shomayel, in the heavenly court, wherever you did in this world. That's our results of Pshat. So then there is the explanation of Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov said, it's on the following, the Baal Shem Tov, he is given a limited amount of time in this world. You have to make sure to do your job until evening before you have to return to Shabbat to the Eivishter. I'll try to say, you have to go do your job, in your work, until evening, until you have to go back, till you go back to Shemayim. There's a limited amount of time to do your job, and focus on what you got to do. That's all Shabbat said. The Alter Rebbe said, said Alter Rebbe, Orev, evening, comes to the word sweet. Said the Alter Rebbe, when you go to do your job, whatever your job is, it's not easy at the beginning. Calls Kashapp, so beginnings are difficult. But nevertheless, you go out to do your job, it's going to get sweeter. Beginning is difficult, but you get past the beginning. It's the good news and the bad news is all beginnings are difficult. So that's the good news and the bad news. So the Alter Rebbe says, that's what helps you get. You gotta hold on. It gets easier. Said the Rebbe, that the Baal Shem Tov, the Arizal, and the Alter Rebbe all explained this pasuk according to their soul, what their soul was about. The Arizal was a Kabbalist, was a Mekubal. What's the role of Mekubal? The role of Mekubal is to give us a bird's eye view of what's going on in the higher worlds. So what the Arizal say this pasuk is about? This pasuk is about what's happening in the higher worlds, about where you're going to be in Gan Eden, depending on where you are in this world. That's the reason the pasuk is about. What's Baal Shem Tov about? Baal Shem Tov is about giving chayis, the Jewish people, animating the Jewish people. As we all have heard, the reason Baal Shem Tov's name is Yisrael is named the Jewish people. So just like when someone faints, you call them by their name and you revive them, so to the Eibishter, by giving us the neshama of the Baal Shem Tov, you revive the Jewish people. He gave us the Baal Shem Tov to revive us. So the Shem Tov gives us a marching order. He says, you got to get your job done. You got to focus on what has to get done. That's Baal Shem Tov. But Baal Shem Tov, the previous Rebbe said, he put the ladder up and showed us where we're supposed to go. But the Alter Rebbe told us how to climb the ladder, how to get up there. That's what Alter Rebbe does. So what does Alter Rebbe say this pasuk means? Alter Rebbe tells us, yeah, you got to get the job done, but you should know it's not a mission impossible. The Alter Rebbe tells you how to climb the ladder. You should know, says the Alter Rebbe, you're going to go into try to climb the ladder. It's not going to be easy at first. But if you stick on to it, you hold on to it, you're going to get there. In the Chicago, they know about the ooze and the ahs. You guys know about the ooze and the ahs? No? There's been the ooze and the ahs. Huh? Tell you the ooze and the ahs. There was a father who once took his son to learn how to swim. And he threw his son, he did the Russian way. He threw his son into the water. Ukrainian. Sorry. He threw his son into the water. What does his son do? He lands in the water, he doesn't know how to swim. Oh, what did I do? So he manages somehow, he learns how to swim the hard way, and he swims to the shore. And his father wraps him with a towel. What does the son say? Very good, thank you. So his father said to his son, my dear son, you know in life, there are oohs and there are ahs. Always take your oohs before your ahs. Never take your ahs before your oohs. If let's say tomorrow morning you wake up late, there you go and try to get your job done in your world, whatever your world is. You know it's going to be a new. You know it's going to be whether you're teaching, you're whatever you're going to work, whatever it is. Ooh, what's going on? Parenthetically, not such a parenthetically, Rabbi Moshe Levin left Russia. They told me should Farbengen in Montreal. He should teach the Kal V'Chem. This guy mamish just walked out of Russia. So he had no idea what America was really like. Like he was so trained to be afraid of the KGB. So he was in Montreal. It was Farbengen until 3 o'clock in the morning. He led. And when anyone walked into Farbengen, he said, is he one of ours? Because like in Russia, that's what they have to worry about. Like, is this guy one of ours, or is he a spy? Anyway, so the Rebbe said he should teach them the Kal V'Chem. What was the Kal V'Chem? So at 3 o'clock in the morning, he told them what the Rebbe meant. He said, in Russia, we farbrengen the whole night. The next day was regular. There's no options. No options like the plate. You had to show up. That was in Russia. Kal V'Chem, much more so in America. You farbrengen the whole night. Kal V'Chem, you have a nice dinner. You have a nice place to sleep. Kal V'Chem, you got to show up the next day as if nothing happened. That was the Kal V'Chem. Anyways, so there are oohs and there are ahs. I think if you get up in the morning the way time you're supposed to, it's not easy. Then you come to where you're supposed to come to davening, come to learning, come to your business, whatever you do. It's kishmak. That's I think the oohs before the ahs. That's also said. Allah said Allah was saying take the oohs before the ahs. Allah was saying it may be difficult, but you should know it's leitzach. It's worth it. It's worth it. Allah was telling us how to navigate life's difficulties. Take the oohs before the ahs. That's what the Alter Rebbe said. So the Rebbe said that the Alter Rebbe, as the previous Rebbe said, he showed us how to climb the ladder of the Baal Shem. The Baal Shem showed us what the ladder is. The Alter Rebbe showed us how to climb the ladder. That's what the Rebbe shared at the Farbengen. A few days after the Farbengen, the Rebbe gave out a letter, a zettel, with an edit to the Farbengen. What was the edit to the Farbengen? The edit was Yates, that said his own interpretation of Yates and Falls. What was Rebbe's interpretation made of that pasuk? Yates, Adam, a person goes out to his work. Who is the person? Who is the person? Based on Pshat? The Rebbe's Pshat? No, unbelievable. The Rebbe's Pshat. The Rebbe said each of the tzaddikim explained it according to their neshama. How does he explain this pasuk? The Rebbe explains according to his way. What's the Rebbe's way? One time, Rabbi Yalis, who was a very important rabbi in Philadelphia, he would visit the Rebbe, and he had a private audience with the Rebbe, even in years when no one else had a private audience. He once came to the Rebbe, and after he left, the Rebbe told Rabbi Groner, go speak to him and ask him what I told him. Okay. So Groner runs after him. What did the Rebbe say to you? He said, I can't tell you, it's a secret. He said, the Rebbe said, I should ask you. The Rebbe said, okay, I'll tell you. He told the Rebbe that it seems that the Chabad Rebbes follow the order of the Seder Shtalshlus, of the spiritual cosmos. It seems like the Alter Rebbe is like Chachma, the Rebbe is like Bina. Just seen that their Torah, the Alter Rebbe's Torah is very brief compared to the Mitzvah Rebbe. The Rebbe is called the wide river, everything expounded upon length and breadth and depth. Mitzvah Rebbe is a whole different kind of explanation of the Alter Rebbe. It's expounded. And the Marash, he went on, each of the Rebbes explained why he felt each of the Rebbes are embody one of the spheres, one of the divine revelations. And then he told the Rebbe, and I told the Rebbe is Spheres HaMalchus. I thought the Rebbe embodies the sphere of Malchus. Because Malchus, it says, Malchus is the source of the 10 utterances. It says in Tanya, the 10 utterances have millions and billions and trillions of combinations and become the 10 utterances that Hashem said. There are 22 letters in the 10 utterances that Hashem used to create the world. And from all those 10 utterances, all of existence is there. So he says, Rebbe also, you see the Rebbe focuses on action, Maisa or Iker. The Rebbe speaks much longer than all of the Rebbes combined. The Rebbe speaks all of the Rebbes. The Rebbe's chassidus is much longer, much more expounded upon. You see the Rebbe embodies Sfiras HaMalchus. The Rebbe acknowledged. Mir Zayin Sfiras HaMalchus. Acknowledged, yes, we are indeed Sfiras HaMalchus. That's true. So, getting back to what the Rebbe said about this pasuk. Yates Yad Lofalei. Man goes out to work. Who is the man that goes out to work? So I've explained. The Eibishter is the man, Adam Ha'elyon. Eibishter is compared to man. And his job, what does the Eibishter do? Is Poyel Yeshua is Bekener Ba'aretz. He causes salvation in the world. Yates Amufallah is referring to the Eibishter. So you see how the Rebbe explained the pasuk in connection to Geula. Just like the Rebbe explained his way, the Hashem explained his way. So the Rebbe explained the pasuk in Yates Amufallah. This is about the Geula Mitzvah Shleim. I heard the following story the person happened to. This Jew, talk too much, yeah? Nigan, yeah? Time for Nigan. Huh? Well, don't say the order. Oh, I don't know that. Just the Eibishter's brings go. I don't know that. The Rebbe asked a certain Jew to change his profession. What was his profession? This Jew told me the story himself. He said that in the 70s, there were many Jews that left Russia, not in comparison to how many Jews left in the late 80s, which is a story in itself. Many Jews left Russia in the late 70s, in mid-70s, late 70s. And what he did was, he would go to the parents of children and encourage them to send their children to Jewish school. He went to all the parents, he asked them to send their kids to Jewish school. And because he was so busy talking to all his parents, he had no time to daven. So he told the Rebbe, I daven the dimdumim. I daven in the early morning or in the evening, late evening. I have no time to daven. Even right before Shki I daven, or I daven right in the early morning. I have no time to daven. The Rebbe told him, like, great, keep on going, which is unusual. Another shliach wrote to the Rebbe, he davens at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Rebbe says it's hepach hashulchan aruch, hepach hashechus. It's the opposite of the Torah of Jewish law. It's the opposite of your mission. But him, you told him, your work is important. Keep on working. But then there began the campaign for mitzvah tanks. And it was his responsibility to raise money for mitzvah tanks. So all of a sudden his job switched from speaking to parents to fundraising. He had to work on fundraising the whole time. So he told me, he gave it sent on to the Rebbe on Yud Kislev, Toshlam and Zayin. And he wrote to the Rebbe, I can't handle the switch. I can't handle this change of energy, like just too much. Either you want me to do A or do B, but this is a big switch. So that night, the Rebbe came back from the oil and made a surprise for Brendan. He believes, whether he's right or not, you can disagree, the Rebbe's Farbengen was to answer his question. The reason the Rebbe Farbengen was to answer him. That's what he told me. The Rebbe talked about the Farbengen, about the sheep of Yaakov. Yaakov Avinu sold sheep. He made all of his financial success was back to the sheep. And with the sheep, he bought cattle. With the sheep, he bought servants, old sheep. The Rebbe said that sheep is, what's in your sheep? Sheep is in your bittul. Sheep is in your, you follow what you're told to do. So Yaakov Avinu represents every Jew. Every Jew has two different things. Sometimes you have to be like an ox. Sometimes you have to be like a donkey. To get the job done, everyone's doing their thing. That's what they got to do. But what is the ingredient that propels whatever you're doing? What propels whatever you're doing is you got to be like a sheep. You got to follow what you're told to do. You got to follow the instructions. You got to follow. Rebbe said, just like by Lavan and Yaakov, the Lavan switched the deal on Yaakov 100 times, as there says. So too, the Eivish could switch the job on a Jew too. The Eivish could tell a Jew one moment he has to do this job. And the Eivish switches the Jew and says, no, now you do that job. A Jew has to be like a sheep, he has to follow. This is the road to Geula. I got to follow this road. That's not my choice. Yes, we got to follow the road, and the road that the Rebbe gives us, each of us, what our mission is, our shachas is. That's the road to Geula. It switches. The road takes turns. The road, it's like Weiss, Going Weiss. All of a sudden, Ruach HaKodesh wave says, "Go right, left." Doesn't matter. As he is us. We have to be like sheep to follow the instruction. We have to know who's sending us and where we're going. You may get to turn the road 50 times. At least know where you're going. We're going towards Yitzhak Lafale. We're going towards Mashiach. Wherever the road turns, you got to be flexible to follow where we're going. L'chaim v'racha. L'chaim Mashiach now. L'chaim v'racha. I went on myself. How is that this? Ay. Remind that matter? Remind me. Where you go? We'll go make sure I go. Wherever I'm told.
You have time? Water?
Time.
You have water? Time. Remember when I'm saying to you? Marston.
Serving you if you want.
Rabbi Simon. Rabbi Simon, on the way here, you know what's on my flight? Kenny Rubov is on my flight. That's Kenny Rubov. That's him. He says he's from your ministry in the prisons. You go to prisons, right? Huh? He had a machlekes with the shlich in Lakeville because he brought Trader Joe's. Kenny Rubov up there. Maybe change the last name for the sake of the. Anyways, he was very, very proud that he's a supporter of yours.
He was in for what, 30 years?
He said he switched his path now. He's not stealing so much. He's on stealing every day.
Right.
A kapanim, Gus from Zisha Kramen. You know Zisha Kramen? Zisha Kramen. A Gus from Zisha. So Kenny also likes you. So not just Zisha.
Don't forget
There was a, I say his name, I'm embarrassed for Savatitsky, I say his father's name. Rabbi Savatitsky, that was emissary to Belgium. He had a very strong stuttering problem. He stuttered so badly. Today he's one of the foremost speakers on Chabad today. He has, on his YouTube channel, every one of his talks has thousands and thousands of views. Amazing speaker. Best. When he was younger, he had a huge stuttering problem. So bad that when he was a child in school, he never raised his hand to speak, ever. Not only that, just to give you an example, when it came time for his chasna, he was afraid he had to say to his wife, how's he going to say it? So he practiced for weeks and months before. He practiced before, but he made sure the cameras wouldn't be on the Shas he did the Kedusha. And that's how terrible his stuttering problem was. It bothered him so deeply and so profoundly that he just didn't want to. Anyways, he was in Yechidus by the Rebbe, and he gave the Rebbe a list of places he was thinking about going on shlichus to. And Chassidim say, I don't know if there's a source at all, but the Chassidim say when the Rebbe looks out the window, it means Rebbe looking at something in a far off place, in a far off time. That's what Chassidim say. Could be it's true, could be not true. Like the Rebbe was speaking to Rabbi Yosef Gudnik about it's time that Lubavitch had rich people. They look out the window when he said. People say that was referring to other places, other times, whatever. Take it or leave it. They were speaking to Rabbi Savatitsky, and they were looking at his letter about the various places he wants to go in Israel to the Rebbe's shlichus. They said, why don't you think about places outside of Israel, like Antwerp? Oh, I never thought of that. Great idea. So, okay, Antwerp it is. He goes out of the Rebbe's room, and he meets his mashpir Mendel Futafas. Mendel Futafas said, what did Rebbe tell you? I should go to Antwerp. You must have heard wrong, Grandma. Mendel said it can't be they were told to go to Antwerp. Because you, in other words, Mendel knows, and he's in mashpir. He knows this guy's not able to be the guy who's going to be like Superman. I'm going to start off Chabad in this city. He's not that guy. He's a guy who stutters. He's a little timid guy who's stuttering. He's not able to speak clearly. He can't. He can't be the guy that decided to go to a new city to start Chabad in the city. You must have heard wrong. I don't remember if he wrote to the Rebbe again. to ask the Rebbe again. He wrote the Rebbe again to ask him again if he should go there. He said, yeah, he has to go there. But if he had a doubt about where the Rebbe sent him before he went, he had a much bigger doubt once he got there because it was terrible. It wasn't working. Parenthetically, connected to this point, he asked the Rebbe for a bracha for stuttering. And he said he tried many things to stop his stuttering. Many things he's tried to stop his stuttering and nothing worked. Nothing worked. When he asked the Rebbe for a bracha for stuttering, the Rebbe answered him. He knew that the Rebbe knows. He knew that this is the answer. In other words, he knew enough that the Rebbe says this is the answer. Other doctors, other people give him advice about his stuttering. He wasn't able to invest himself completely into it because he wasn't sure that he actually knew. When he asked the Rebbe, this is for sure the way to stop stuttering. The Rebbe tells him. So the Rebbe told him to strengthen his bitachon, right? Strengthen his bitachon in Hashem. Not to learn Shai bitachon. No, not to learn Shai. Just to strengthen his bitachon. Learn Shai bitachon also? No, just to strengthen his bitachon. Strengthen his trust in Hashem, and that will help his stuttering. And when he did that, you can see even today. You can watch his speeches. He still has something, but he's able to navigate it. It's amazing. He speaks seamlessly. Huh? Yeah. Oh, you get stuck on a letter and a word. Don't try to say that word. Go a word or two before it. Or especially trying to say the word 7. Good? Huh? Right. Go a few words before. So when the Rebbe said it helped him, why did it help him? Because he was able to completely invest himself in what they were told, because this is the answer. Similarly, he went to Belgium with his wife. They were having a very hard time there in Belgium. Incredibly hard. It was so hard that it was the year that we spoke about Shliach Yisrael Shliach. Shliach Yisrael Shliach means that every Shliach, every emissary of the Rebbe is meant to empower other people to be Shluchim. Every Jew is supposed to be a Shliach. And we're supposed to, and that works through the Shliach and the town. He's supposed to empower others to do their mission. So he told the Rebbe, he wrote the Rebbe a letter, not working. I have an idea. My idea is send somebody else. We'll go to Israel. We'll stay here till they get acclimated in Antwerp. And then we'll leave. They'll take us over. And life will be great. So Rebbe answered. Rebbe crossed out the whole idea of getting other people, which is a really wondrous thing, because Rebbe said that year, the thing is, shliach or shliach, that's the thing we should focus on. Like this year is hakel, imagine don't do hakel, it's impossible, right? This is the year of hakel, this is your gathering people. So Rebbe told him, no, it's not for you. You're going to stay here. Rebbe added something. Use out the koiches, use out the strength, the empowerment you were given, bimiluyam, fully. In the place you are in, use out all the koiches you have fully. And Rebbe said, there'll be yisnaer minchul. And there'll be additional light from, they didn't say the word darkness, but they felt darkness, they felt impossible. Be yisnaer minchul, there'll be additional light that comes from the place of confusion of where they were. Yisnaer minchul. You use out the koiches where you are fully. Is that what Rebbe said? All of a sudden, things changed. Everything changed all of a sudden. What changed exactly? What changed? It wasn't that something changed outside. Something changed inside. Something changed inside of them. He said, "We're here, and it's for sure going to work." The Rebbe told us to use all of our koiches to believe. It's for sure going to work. Noach took him 120 years to build his boat, right? Why did it take him such a long time? You know why, right? What does Rashi say? It took him 120 years. Rashi says, because Noach was supposed to wear this picket sign, the world will end soon, everyone will do tshuva, right? So it takes him 120 years to build this boat, so everyone should do tshuva. How many Bali tshuva did Noach have after 120 years?
None.
Big Goose said. He had 0. Why did Noach have so little Bali tshuva? He was working for 100 years to get Bali tshuva, he had 0. You know why? It says about Noach, he believed and didn't believe. He wasn't really sure. But after they told him, you're here. You're going to stay here. You're not going nowhere. This is the place you're sent. This is the place you were in. All of a sudden, there was a different approach to what they're doing. They knew they're here. And this is the place you're sent to. This is the Aveda. And all of a sudden, everything changed. What changed? It was like the story of the stuttering. It wasn't anything changed. This week, we're reading about the wells of Yitzchak. It says that Yitzchak dug wells, And the Plishtim plug up the wells. What's the Hebrew word for plugging up the wells? What's there to say? Sismu Plishtim. Sismu. What's the root of the word sismu? The root of the word sismu is stam. Think about how you look in the mirror. Look in the mirror. What do you say about yourself? Are you stam? Or are you in power? Are you a shliach? Are you special? Are you stam? Or are you special? What do you think about yourself? Look in the mirror. Look at yourself. Look in the mirror. What do you think about yourself? Are you stam? Or are you special? Calls man, as long as you think about yourself, you're stam. Even though there's Yitzchak, there's a talk of every generation, there's the Rebbe, and the Rebbe wants to dig into you and reveal in you the living waters in you, the living waters of Ava, V'yira, and Amunah, of love and reverence and faith that's inside of you. Inside wants to come to you and says, I want to help you. I want to reveal all the good things inside of you. The moment you say about yourself, you're stam, can't get to you. The moment you say to the tzaddik, you say, you can't help me because I am stam, to all the various in the world. The moment you say about yourself, you're stam, you pushed away the Rebbe. Pushed away the Rebbe. You hear it? The moment you say, no, you mean me, and you're talking to me, all of a sudden you're a king. The moment you say you're stam, that's it. How can I'm supposed to reach you? You say you're stam, it's worse than anything else. That's what Tisha B'Av is. Tisha B'Av is even said to themselves, we're stam, we're stuck up here in the desert, we'll be stuck here forever. System. The moment you say about yourself, you're stam, you're making yourself a Tisha B'Av. You're destroying everything. You have to turn, you can cry about it. You can cry and cry and cry. You got punished for crying, Tisha B'Av. Because that's not Aveda. They always have to cry. Those tears are tragic tears. They cause calamities. They cause dramatic calamities. Say about yourself, you're stam, you cannot accomplish anything. Tell you Maisa. Tell you Maisa. In LA, if we stop for a Maisa, we stop for a song, people run away. Now, you're running away? You're running away? I'll tell you Maisa now. No? Now you're niggin? Huh? Oh, there you go. All right. See, the Geschmack and niggin, I'll tell you Geschmack and Maisa. Ay la la la, ay la la la, ay la la la, mama, ay la la, mama. Hey, ay la la la, ay la la la, ay la la, mama, ay la la.
That you're gonna finish it. Gotta be there.
Honorary bottle of Moshe.
Let's go to the right.
Shisha Farbengen, accomplish more than Malcolm Chol. The Chaim Yitzchak Zeva Levi Ben Zelda. The four Kreva Shleimo. Chaim Baruch. There's a Jew in California by a successful preschool, and his friends told him, "Your kids in your preschool are doing great, and then they leave your preschool and they go to public school. I think a school. farbrengen with him, l'chaim with him, make a school. So he made a chodesh for bringing some chastera. He made a school. Called Bar Beirad the Chadiyema. Anybody who was anything to do with the school knows that a school is impossible. It's impossible. It's just impossible. What is this? It's impossible. The school is not a something that can work up itava. It takes a miracle of Hashem. I don't want to scare anybody. Anyways, so but he was very scared. His father's yard says after some chastera. So he came to New York after some chastera for his father's yard site, and he came to the oil, and it was in the oil. And he said to the Rebbe in the oil, "I'm scared of this new thing I'm taking on myself, and I want to ask the Rebbe to please give me a simon. The Rebbe is with me on this. This is talking about the Kabbalah. You didn't talk about the intent of Hashem. Please give me a simon." He's in the area, I goes out of the oil, goes back into the tent over there, and a guy comes over to him, someone from the Meraza family, and he randomly tells him the following story. The Maisa that happened in his family. His Baba was named Rachalem Meraza Balasham, and his Baba needed an operation. Everyone in the family was trying to convince their Baba that she should have an operation. But she was afraid of the operation. So they're talking to her, trying to convince her, and as they're talking to her, she falls asleep. She's an old lady. When she wakes up, she says, "I'm ready to have operation." What's this? She said when she was asleep, she had a chazayin of a memory, she had a vision of a memory she had when she was a child. What was the memory? She said when she was a kid, she lived, the Schneersons and the Morozovs lived in the same house. So she would play with the Morozovs, with the Schneersons. So one day she's playing with Rabbi Mushka and her sisters, and they're playing the following game. What was the game? The game was jump onto a box. The box jump onto a chair. The chair jump onto a table. And from one table jumped onto another table. So it was her turn. Jumped onto the box, jumped onto the chair, jumped onto the table, and she's supposed to jump onto the next table, but she stops. And as she stops, who walks in? The previous Rebbe. The previous Rebbe walks in, and she sees her on the table. So Rachaleya, Rachaleya, what are you doing? So she said, "Ich spiel, I'm playing a game." So the Frierdiker Rebbe said, "Was is the spiel? What's the game?" So she said, "The game is as we spring. The game is that we jump." So the Frierdiker Rebbe said, "Rachaleya, what springs nicht? If that's the game, then why aren't you jumping?" So she said, "Because I'm afraid. I'm afraid." So Frierdiker Rebbe said to her, "If I hold your hand, will you be afraid?" She said, "No." So Frierdiker Rebbe held onto her hand. Frierdiker Rebbe said, "Rachaleya spring, Rachaleya jump. Rachaleya jump." So she held onto Frierdiker Rebbe's hand. She jumped. She made it to the side. Then she woke up. So she said, "Now I'm ready to go onto the operating table." Frierdiker Rebbe said, "Rachaleya spring, go on the table. I'm ready to get operated. I'm ready to go." This is the Nakuda. This is the point for Chodesh Kislev. Chodesh Kislev, Eibusha gave us our Rebbe. They hold on to each of us by the hand and tells us, "Jump, go forward. It's not hakel. It's not hakel. A lot of things you wanted to do, you should have done, you could have done, you would have done." I remember one farbrengen. I only merited to have one farbrengen with Rabbi Moshe senior al Shalom. He came to farbrengen in New York, the Kislev Shluchim, and he looked at Kislev Shluchim very differently than most people do. I'm just telling my experience. He said there was one guy there who came from Chicago. It was last year of his life, and the guy, he was by the farbrengen. Did you were there? No, the guy kosher with kosher. He told the guy, he says, "There's Kislev Shluchim this year, and Kislev Shluchim next year. And by next year, Kislev Shluchim, you have to keep kosher." He told this guy, he started singing the song. The Uncle Moshe song. Oh, no? All around the town is kosher all day long. He started to sing that song. And he found this guy, he looked at Kinzer Shluchim as like Rosh Hashanah, which is really right the way to look at it. Like, he'll look at Kinzer Shluchim as like, this is where you're coming from, and now you're starting mission again. That's how he looked at it. Saying, I didn't know him, I never spoke to him. I'm just telling you by experience. That's how he looked at it. This is Kinzer Shluchim, we're going back to the Rebbe, and we're going again, the Rebbe sending us now on Shluchos for the first time. That's how he looked at it. It's Kiddush Shluchim this year, Kiddush Shluchim next year, and now you're here by the Rebbe, you have to go home and start keeping kosher. So some of us, this guy in my shul, last year, he took upon himself to have a beard, a benutam, and a kapata. The lighter, unfortunately, he's friend with me, Parshas Lech Lecha, and I said to him, listen, you're going to have a very hard job in Lech Lecha. Because look at you have a beard, you have a kapata, you have a benutam. What's your Lech Lecha going to be? You know, you can't have a bigger Lech. You can't have any dramatic changes in your life. You did them all, right? You're already card carrying the Bible share. So, but that's the emes. The Lech Lecha, the Eibush wants from each of us, Kislev, to realize not to be afraid. Be afraid. Everyone's holding us by the hand and just jump. I heard from Rabbi, I was just now at Kislev Shluchim, the Grunblatt told me in the audience he had with the Rebbe, or not Grunblatt. He told me he was by the Rebbe, in the chassidus, in the audience of the Rebbe. He said to the Rebbe, you can't see any way of this working, right? You can't see it working. So Rebbe told him, it says in the Torah, if someone tells you I tried and I succeeded, believe them. Only then believe them. Rebbe said it means me, and it means you. And you should use out your intelligence to study Torah, and for your involvement, the asukah v'afasa, and for your involvement in spreading chassidus, spreading Torah. That's you should use your mind. But everything else, just, to realize who we're going with. We're not stam. When you say about yourself, you're stam, you're nobody, it doesn't matter. Above myself. You can't accomplish anything. Esav gets married to Machlas. What does the Torah say? Bikurim, Per Gimel, Lacha Gimel, it says, anyone who gets married is forgiven for all the Averis. The Rebbe says you have to realize, not just, even if you're like Esav, the Rebbe says, you look at yourself, you say to yourself, I'm an Esav, right? We all know we have a little common with Esav, our uncle, right? Everyone has their thing in common with Esav. Nevertheless, the Rebbe said, even though you're like an Esav, you know yourself how you're like an Esav. Everyone has their thing they're like an Esav. Everyone has stuff. Nevertheless, as long as you take upon yourself to help other Jews, because the Gemara Yerushalmi says, whether you're a chassid, whether you're a chacham, whether you're a nasi, and everyone says that means you see an opportunity of how in some way you can help other Jews. You accept upon yourself the part of your day, a part of your life, to help other Jews. So Moich L'chol Ben Esav, the Eibush will say, if I give you for all your averis, I'm going to help you get what has to happen done. Doesn't matter who you are. You're an Esav. You look in the spiegel, you look in the mirror, and you say, just like Esav. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Stop it. It's holding by your hand. That was a yesterday you were an Esav. Now you're holding Rebbe's hand, you're going. Doesn't matter who you were yesterday. So you say the Sikha, it's a Mugadik Sikha, you can read yourself. Episode, you might think about yourself. Torah tells us that who was forgiven for their Averis? Esav was forgiven for his Averis. Why did the Eibush should pick of all people in the world Uncle Esav? He picks Uncle Esav so to tell us that you look at yourself like an Esav, also wissen sein, you know, you're not different. You accept that part of yourself, the shlichus, accept that part of yourself, something in the shlichus. That's an escapade. Go home, come back to the farbrengen. That's an escapade. That's why this guy's such a chashuv. Because it says Bais Bezalel, alum nech alum nayu, the mecham ta'alacha. Anyways, we should hold on to Rebbe's hand. We should realize that we're not alone. We should also who's taking us this mission, where we're going. We should keep Rebbe's kalkona, accomplish it once for each of us. Chaim, Chaim, There's a lady, interesting character. She wrote on each of her doors of her house, in her rooms of her house, different pasuk. One pasuk, Bais Bezalel Chabad, that kind of lady. So she asked the Rebbe about different rooms in her house, which pasuk to put. There's a sign for each door. She went with her family to see the Rebbe, and she's a lady from Miami. And she got to New York. By the time she got to New York, her son got a cold. You can tell she's a different, special kind of person, not a regular kind of person. So she had an audience with the Rebbe, but she told the Rebbe when she was in the audience that really her son had a cold, and really she wanted to go back to Miami. But since she knows it's hard to get an audience with the Rebbe, therefore she decided to keep the audience and not to cancel it. But really she wants to go to her family doctor because her son had a cold. So Rebbe said, your son doesn't need to go to a doctor. Your son needs to have a cup of tea. She told the Rebbe, my son already had a cup of tea. Many cups of tea. So Rebbe said to her, you're talking about the cup of tea that you had before you were in this room. I'm talking about the cup of tea you're going to have after you were in this room. It's a different cup of tea. Rebbe said. There's cups of tea you had before you were in this room, a cup of tea you're going to have after you're in this room. Different cup of tea. I'm not sure exactly what happened historically, but somehow between the Bolsheviks and the Tsar, there was some kind of allowance for Jewish expression in Russia. Because of this, there was a gathering of rabbanim, of rabbis in Moscow, to discuss what to do with this freedom they were given between the Bolsheviks and the Tsar, before the Bolsheviks got there. I'm not sure exactly what happened historically. The Reform Nachman Khan writes this in his Zechrenis, Rabbi Yoel's father, and he writes that the Rebbe Rashab visited Moscow. And when he visited Moscow, he stayed at another family's house, but that family wasn't in town. The responsibility of the food of the Rebbe Rashab and the Frierdiker Rebbe was entrusted to his family, Rabbi Nachman Khan's family. So as soon as Rebbe Rashab arrived, he asked the Rebbe Rashab, Rabbi Yoel's father asked the Rebbe Rashab, what does the Rebbe Rashab want to do? Kashrus, kosher food, it's different level, serving the Rebbe is different level. What should they do? The Rebbe Rashab said that whatever's a cliche, whatever's on the fire itself, he wants that should be new. Whatever's in cliche, it's okay to use old. In other words, he'll eat from the Khan's family's house if it's a cliche, if it's like a pot, if it's a bowl or a cup or a spoon or a fork. But if it's something which is a pot, which is put on the fire, he wants to do. Okay. What sheikhet? He named a certain sheikhet. Okay. So of course they bought new and they kept it. So then whenever the Rabbi Rashab would visit Moscow, if it was just like that, Pesach came in, Pesach pots and pans, they had Rabbi Rashab pots and pans. Maybe we visit Moscow, they'd have pots and pans for the Rabbi Rashab. Actually, one time Rabbi Khan made a mistake and she cooked sindis, she cooked a carrot stew in her pots by mistake. And Rashi asked her if she's careful with which sheikha she uses in general. She asked her, can I serve this to you? I made by mistake in the wrong thing. He asked if she's careful with which sheikha she uses. She said she was. She asked her which sheikha she used. She said, okay, so but he would agree to eat from that pot from this sheikha. So I'm starting. It wasn't a full Nachman Khan. It was full Nachman's parents. Full Nachman Yabils, Zayd and Baba, who took care of their Rashab. Full Nachman was a bacher. He was a young man. And when their Rashab was there, he served their Rashab. So he said, the B'shas, when their Rashab was there, the first night he was there, a lot of guests came. And he went to go make the Rebbe Rashab a tea. And a samovar. And he brought the Rebbe Rashab a tea. The Rashab didn't drink from it. It got cold. He brought the Rebbe Rashab a second tea. And he didn't drink from it. So just then the previous Rebbe arrived. The previous Rebbe called him over to the next room. And the previous Rebbe said to him, "My father eat anything or drink anything yet?" He said, "No, I bought him 2 teas. He didn't drink them." So the previous Rebbe had in his suitcase, he had an electric samovar, an electric water heater. And this guy didn't know how to use it, so the previous Rebbe put it up. And the previous Rebbe said, give it to my father from this. And the previous Rebbe explained, it says in the Torah, on the 8th day, Shlifu Atzeres. Atzeres means Lashon HaKava, means to absorb. That at the end of the Yom Tov season, the Shmini Atzeres should give us the opportunity to absorb everything we experience from the time of Rosh Hashanah until the end of Sukkot. That's the 8 days for it, to absorb everything experience. Previous Rebbe said, people have a question. How come they don't absorb the Yom Tov leaves and they didn't change? So previous Rebbe said the reason nothing changes is because they didn't take on a new hinder. They didn't take on anything specific. Torah mitzvahs that year. They didn't do anything to upgrade the absorbance of Judaism, and therefore they stay the same as they were before because they didn't take on anything new. So the previous Rebbe said that additional hinder, additional mitzvah you're taking on to do this more carefully is something that allows you to absorb whatever you experience throughout the other season. The previous Rebbe said, my father this year, his hinder, his new thing was he accepted upon himself not to drink anything from a samovar. Why not? So the Chassidim at that time had a discussion what was wrong with drinking from a samovar. This is what they came up with. I don't understand it. This is what they came up with. They said that when you have a hot water heater that's on Shabbos, it's possible that the hot water thing that's on Shabbos could absorb something that was not kept properly with all the halachas of Shabbos. Somehow, if something's heated on Shabbos, then the way is that's not 100% kosher, and therefore the vessel that's used is not a kosher 100% vessel because it was somehow used on Shabbos in a way that's not acceptable. So the Rebbe Cashapp, his new hitter, was not ever used a samavar, period, because the samavar could be, it has a bliya shal isser shal Shabbos. That's how Shabbos new hitter was for that year. Huh? So the Frierdiker Rebbe gave him this, he heated up hot water, and Rav Nachman said he brought the Rebbe Cashapp a tea made in this hot water. He was in the next room. He wasn't in the same room as Rebbe Cashapp. He made a tea from that room with the Frierdiker Rebbe. He brought him a hot water, and then with Ruach HaKodesh, Rebbe Cashapp drank the tea as if nothing happened. As if the first two teas were like, he just drank it as if nothing happened. So it's a farbrengen. The farbrengen has to have, as Rebbe said, the most important thing of farbrengen is the haberchem shirei zimra. Say in Yishtabach, Hashem desires shirei zimra. What's shirei zimra mean? Literal translation is songs of praise. But the Chassidim explains shirei zimra means shiorei zimra. Hashem desires what's left over after the songs are over. When you finish singing, what's left over? What are you holding on to after all the songs are over? That's the Eivish should choose is the shiorei zimra. What are you taking with farbrengen? What are you going to do? Doesn't the pasuk kol asher chavetz Hashem also? Whatever God desires, He does. The Alter Rebbe said kol asher chavetz. The entire desire of the Eibishter, what does Hashem really want? Is also that we should actually do something. That's what He wants. It says that you made. One action is better than 1,000 sighs. One action is better than 1,000. The Rebbe once in Tafshim Mem Aleph 91. The Rebbe was shared by farbrengen. Now, one action is better than 1,000 sighs. As soon as I ever said it, I think my Rebbe goes like this. Oh. I said, one action is better than 1,000 sighs, but I think my Rebbe goes like this. Oh. The Rebbe said, when a Jew hears, Rebbe said, when a Jew hears that one action is better than 1,000 sighs, what does he do? He starts to sigh. The Rebbe said, it's the opposite of Bais Bezalel. It's the opposite of joy. It's the opposite of the path of Chabad. The Jew hears, you gotta do something. How do we take a tea? A different cup of tea. If we want a different cup of tea, we gotta take out something. We gotta do something. Gotta do something. He's in a car accident. I don't know if it's true at all. Not at all. Jew is not, doesn't know about anything. Okay? It was, so he made a suicide, made a celebration of his recovery. So he invited me, I came. The celebration. Now, one thing I've experienced is putting on some people, but he did something unusual I never saw before. I've heard people say bracha of my tefillin, of the light the candle, shabbat, shabbos. I've heard all kinds of atos doyim on my tefillin. I've seen that before. This guy goes to his penthouse. Shema, Shema, Yisrael, Hashem, Elokeinu, Elokeinu. He screams, Elokeinu. It's real. There's a word. There's here of Hakel. Hakel ever says means it should be a chiddush, but something new, something you knew should happen a long time ago. I know stuff by me should happen a long time ago, didn't happen. It should be new, whatever it was before was good before. Hakel, the line that chiddush, something. That's the point of the farbrengen. Go someplace new. Why do you go before? It could be a billion reasons. There's Kislev, Rebbe's day. Rebbe's nice. Rebbe's new. She had something she write to Rebbe tomorrow. She's Kislev. I'm taking on something new. Yifrach b'yom tzadi v'reich shalom b'yareya. Yifrach b'yom tzadi. What's farbrengen? Venmo? I missed it.
No, he was on.
Okay. I believe. Rabbi Moshe once asked the previous Rebbe if he could be beside the Kedushin for his wedding. So the previous Rebbe wasn't able to decide Kedushin. The previous Rebbe said, the Baal Shem Tov says that the place the person's desire and thoughts are, that's where he's found. Said the previous Rebbe, the Mendel Feldman, that if he thinks of the previous Rebbe will be there by his wedding. He asked the previous Rebbe beside Kedushin. The previous Rebbe said, if you will think about me, the Baal Shem Tov says, wherever your thoughts are, that's where you are. It's literal, it's real. So the previous Rebbe said, if you'll think about me, I will be with you by your wedding. Okay?
What year is this?
Mendel Feldman, and the previous Rebbe. I heard it from his Eidah all year. It was before the Rebbe. It was not the previous Rebbe. So what happened was like this. Rebbe Futlafas was farbrengen in Nagel Sukkah, President Street over there. There was an American boy by the farbrengen. The American boy, he told me a story. He said that he wanted to know what Mendel was saying. He was speaking Yiddish. So he asked the opinion of Korf, he should translate the Mendel in English. So the opinion is not translating from him. And the Mendel didn't like it at all. Mendel was very annoyed by the opinion's translation. Mendel says, Schweig! Be quiet! And the boy was like very insulted because Everyone's listening to that Mendel. He's like, he's the exciting thing that's happening. And he can't understand. He says, I just want to know what you're saying. I just want to understand what you're saying. Schweig! The Lubavitch does not need any maskil, any intellectuals. You have to know your Lubavitcher, you have to say chitas. That's what Mendel told him. And the Mendel continued. Esav HaRasha, all the various you could think of. And yet, why is it that he wasn't buried together with Abraham and Yitzchak? What was it? What was it that made him lose the chance to be with Abraham and Yitzchak? It wasn't because of all of the murder and other things that he did. So one thing he did wrong. What did he do? You know what he did? Why was Esav HaRasha buried with Abraham and Yitzchak? Phase 2. Mendel said, Shmuel Zayda used to hang around with Ganav, with thieves. He loved Ganav. In Shpola, Mendel said, in the center of Shpola, there were 7 psolim, there were 7 idols. In each idol, there were green diamonds for the eyes of the idol. And each diamond, Mendel said, was 65 carats, 65 carat diamonds. And they had, around the 7 idols, they had 14 shamrim, 14 guards, to guard the 7, to guard all these diamonds. And in Shpola there was a Ganav. The Ganav's name was Yosel the Ganav. Everyone has a different job, right? Yosel's job was to be the Ganav of the city. Chicago was also has Shabbat, right? Yosel the Ganav, he was such a successful Ganav. Not only did he manage to steal all 14 diamonds under the watch of these guards, he managed to also replace the diamonds with glass under their watch. But the Galach and the priests were so upset. These were idols of their churches. They were so upset that they made a decision, we have to catch Yosef the God. And they caught the God. They realized who it was. They caught him. They investigated. And they judged the Yosef the God if they asked to be killed. That's the show. Yosef the God was summoned to the court. And they told Yosef the God, there's one way you can get out of this. If you accept Christianity, you're free. He also said, I'm a Ganiv, but I'm a Yid. I'm a thief, but I'm Jewish. I'm not going to give up my Judaism. So they took Yosef the Ganiv, they tied him in ropes, they threw him into a fire. And the first thing the fire burnt was the ropes. Yosef the Ganiv started to clap, I'm a Ganiv, but I'm a Yid. I'm a Ganiv, but I'm a Yid. I'm a Ganiv, but I'm a Yid. And with that, Yosef the Ganiv passed away. So Mendel said to this bacher, to this yeshiva student, who wanted to know what he was saying, he said, Asa wasn't buried in Mercy Machpelah. You know why? Because Asa sold his birthright. He sold his connection to his father. It wasn't because of all the other things he did. He did lots of things. So Mendel said to this boy, you know who you belong to. You have to visit Bais Bezalel. Do all kinds of things that are right, all kinds of things that are wrong. But the bottom line, you have to know, Bais Bezalel. Who do you belong to? Do you belong to Hakel? Do you belong to the Rebbe? Or whatever? Shalom. Bais Bezalel. So Mendel said to this boy, you have to know your Lubavitcher, you have to say chitas. You have to know who you belong to. Lots of stuff goes on. You have to know who you belong to. Who do you belong to? Chaim. Ay la 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 ay la la ay ay. Thank you very much. What's your name?
Levi Stahl. Shalom.
Ay la la ay la la ay la. Oh, Handsome. My grandfather, if Vogel made a takana, you leave it farbrengen. He didn't know I meant him. My grandfather made a takana. When I leave it farbrengen, you have to stay for 5 more minutes. His name will come given from my Zelle. I leave it farbrengen. The takana that I made it, you can't leave it farbrengen right away. You have to stay for 5 more minutes. It's useless. When the previous 7 class, right. When the previous ever sent my grandfather, Farbengen, to Worcester, Massachusetts, he had incredible challenges. When the previous ever passed away, he had an opportunity to take a job in St. Louis. Leave Worcester, Massachusetts, go to St. Louis, which was a promising opportunity with a great salary, and it was a lot better than Worcester. Let me explain a little more clearly. In Worcester, he was living in the social hall, in the Kiddush room of Young Israel. I say the word social hall. Social hall means about the area, about the steps. That's how big the social is. How bigger? About that size. That's I think the social hall. That's where they lived. So he didn't have an easy time there at all, and he wanted to leave. He came to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe said to him for 15 minutes. The Rebbe berated him. The Rebbe said to him, "How did it come into your mind, such a wild Yitzhahara, to leave the place you were sent? Wie dir angefallen, als will die Yitzhahara ablassen makam hashlichus? How did it come into your mind, so wild Yitzhahara, to leave the place you were sent?" So he had to stay. Well, he didn't even come to ask them if he should go. He asked them more like, it wasn't like if I should go. It's more like have a bracha for my new position. That was it. He never told me he has to go back. He went back. You listen. In Worcester, the board of Young Israel of the shul didn't take kindly to the fact that they were living in the social hall. They thought it was very queer. This couple's living in their social hall. It's so weird. And they wanted him to leave. And he had a very, very hard time. Give you an idea of how hard a time they had. There was one day that the board of the Young Israel decided they're going to change the locks on the shul. They had to anyway change the locks to the shul. They got new locks. And they won't give them the key to the new locks. They'll change the locks. We'll give them the key to the new locks, and then automatically they'll be outside the shul. And that way they'll get rid of them without officially kicking them out. The Rebbe himself called my grandmother like the Zoom on the phone. The Rebbe called her up and said to her, "You should switch the locks to the building." No mind them. The Rebbe called her up and said, the Rebbe himself called her up and says, "Put on new locks to the building." Put on new locks, and somehow that was enough for the board. Okay, they put new locks already. We're not going to leave new locks. They already got new locks. They let them stay. But one time, the grandfather was in the audience with the Rebbe, and he told the Rebbe that how hard it was. And the Rebbe said, Rabbi Eibeshitz was one of the advisors to Emperor Leopold. Leopold is the emperor of a certain empire in Europe. That's what it's called. Huh? I think it's Bohemian. I don't know what it's called. Anyway, so he was an emperor there, and his top advisor was Bais Bezalel. So all other advisors of Emperor Leopold were very jealous that a Jew was his top advisor. And they came to the emperor and they said to him, Your Majesty, it's not fair that you choose a Jew to be your top advisor. You have to choose someone who's not Jewish. Jews are not meant to be in such a position of power. So the emperor responded.
Rome.
He said,
Rome.
Emperor of what?
Rome.
Of Rome. Okay. The emperor responded and said, we're going to do this very democratically. Halavai, that our American system should take upon what Emperor Leopold's suggestion was. We would leave a lot less problems in our country. Emperor Leopold said, we're going to have a chicken race. Whoever's chickens runs the fastest will be my top advisor. So every advisor of the king took a big, strong, fat chicken to represent them in their race. And Bais Bezalel also took a chicken, but he took a little scrawny little chicken. And they had this decision, who's going to, the Rebbe told my grandfather Yechidus, it's a true story. So they had this race, and they wanted the race, and all the other chickens started fighting with other chickens. And while they were fighting, the little darink and little small chicken of Bais Bezalel just walked to the finish line. So Rabbi Bezalel was chosen to be the top minister. So the Rebbe told the story to my grandfather, highlighting to him, don't focus on the infighting of various Jewish groups in Western Massachusetts. Focus on the goal. Focus on the goal. Don't fight. Don't worry about this. People will talk. People will do stuff. Focus on the goal. There are three kinds of Yetzaharas. Rabbi Shem, who gets them? There are three kinds of Yetzaharas. There are Yetzaharas that say to us, you know why you're not going to be successful in doing what you want to think is the mission of Hashem? You're not going to be successful because it's impossible. It's like a miracle. That's one kind of Yetzaharas. You identify with this Yetzaharas? You identify with this? It's impossible. There's another kind of Yetzaharas. The three kinds. Other kind of Yetzaharas says to you, God can do miracles. Miracles can happen. But He won't do a miracle for you because you don't deserve it. You know yourself, you don't do chassidus. Whatever your things are, you don't deserve it. He'll do miracles for the big Jews, for the Lepler, Shulukis, for the top guys, but not for you. You're not going to make it. That's another kind of Yetzaharas. There's a third kind of Yetzaharas. And I think the third kind is most common. I don't know. I identify with the third kind of Yetzaharas. I understand this Yetzaharas. I think he would win with me. His third Yetzaharas is like this. He says, if you got the playing field, right? If you got the playing field against what you have to accomplish, if you got the playing field, yes, this is the mission of Hashem. But you need to do A, B, and C just to get to the playing field. You can't get to the playing field first without going through A, B, and C, and that's not related to the mission. There's a lot of lousy local conditions that are preventing you from even getting to the place where you think that the Eibush wants to accomplish. You think the Eibush wants to accomplish whatever it is, a school, a mikveh, whatever it is, like a torah class, whatever it is, but there's always lousy local conditions which will prevent you from getting there in the first place, and therefore it cannot happen. Because of lousy local conditions. You don't identify with that? You don't identify with that. I don't know, whatever. Everyone has their own Yetzaharas.
Basically, I want to do what is right, but I have all these challenges in front of me.
Right. I can't get to the place. Whereas if I finally had to actually do this, then Hashem would help me. I'm not up to there. I'm not even by that place yet. So the Torah says by the spies that the spies came back from Israel. They came and told the Jewish people. What they say to them, they said that we can't conquer Israel because there's Amalek, because there are giants, and there's the nations on the way to Israel that you have to conquer first. So to respond to them, what did Koli ben Yehuda say to them? Koli ben Yehuda said three things. It is all Ben Amram did for us, but Amram also brought to us the Slav. He brought to us the man, and he split the sea. What are those three things? Three things are like this. Rebbe explains. The sea means the impossible. You're in a situation, in front of you is a sea, and back of you the Egyptians. There's no way to go. You just can't go anywhere. There's a mathematical equation, and it is impossible. There's no way that you're going to get there. There's just no way. So Caleb and Yehudah said, Moshe Rabbeinu split across the ocean, split across the sea. Impossible in the language of John Noel Montgomery. The impossible we do. The impossible immediately. The impossible takes a little longer. What do you mean impossible for the Amish? Those things are impossible. But they said there's a second problem, Amalek. Amalek was someone that attacked us as a Torah because we doubted Hashem. We doubted the Amish, we doubted if Hashem was with us. So what did Kol respond? God gave us the slav. The slav was a food that we didn't really deserve to have. We didn't deserve to have it. It wasn't something we were meant to have. We only asked for it because we wanted it, but it wasn't something that we needed. We were lousy people, and therefore we got this love. So Kol said, you see, God helps lousy people. Don't tell me that the Abish is not going to help you because you're lousy. The Abish brought us this love. God loves lousy people, and He helps lousy people do what they need to do. He gives us this love. That's the Lord. But then there's a third thing. The third thing Kol Yehudah said, God brought us the man. What's the man? The man is not in Israel. I'm Israeli. You're not even close to Israel. You're on the way to Israel. So you might think I'm on the way to Israel. So not even in the playing field where the English mission is. It's just lousy local conditions. I'm not even there. So what did Kol Yehudah say? He said, God brought us the man. The man was not given to us when we got to Israel. It was brought us on the way to Israel. So Kol said, even though you're not in the playing field yet, you're just making preparations as fast as possible. You're doing something that Hashem wants you to do, which is step 1 of step 2 of step 3, million steps before. You should know the Abish brought us the man. He helps not just to get the mission done, the impossible, not just helps lousy people. He helps us on the way to get the Cashapp done. That's true. So therefore, you should know, just hold on to the Rebbe's hand, and we get there. Chelik Ches, Pasha Shlamat. Stop. You're
I am Dr. Weiss. Chaim.
I got one close over here to
Hey, hey. Dr. Weiss, wow. Live past your bedtime. How you doing this? You're Dr. Weiss. God should bless you with the Zoom and happiness and nachas from your wife and shit from you. Together with each of your children. What a kind of Allah, hey, hey, yeah, 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 The Jews saw an advertisement that the Indians needed a new chief. So he needed a little job. He needed a job. Who? A Jew. The Indians needed a new chief. So he decided maybe he could try out for the job. He came to the Indians as a chai. What do you guys need? You need a chief. What does chief have to do? Chief has to be able to predict the weather. We Indians have to know the weather is going to be like this, like that, to prepare for the weather. An Indian chief is someone who can tell us what's going to happen. All right? I can do it. No problem. All right, you're hired. We'll take you. We'll see how you do. The Indians asked him, tell us, how is the winter going to be? No problem. Easy. Winter's going to be cold. Cold. All right. So Indians take him, hire him, and the Jew is busy at his position as Indian chief. But the Indians are wondering, after a few days of chopping wood, how cold? Right? How cold? So the Indians ask him, how cold? So this, he says, I have to ask the spirits. So he goes out of the compound, takes out a cell phone, calls the weather bureau. Hey, what's going to happen in the winter this year? The winter this year is going to be very cold. Okay? Comes back to the compound. He said, I spoke to the spirits. The winter this year is going to be very cold. Oh, very cold. Start chopping wood. More wood, more wood, more wood. Chopping wood and wood. After a few weeks, they want to know exactly how cold is very cold. You know, very cold, like Alaska, like Siberia. What would be very cold? Like Chicago. So he said, ask the spirits. Ask the spirits. He goes out of the compound, picks out a cell phone, calls the weather bureau. What does it mean? It's going to be very cold. It's going to be the coldest winter, they tell him, ever. Coldest winter ever. Really? Wow. He's like getting a little nervous, like he has to give this prediction to the Indians, and he has to know what he's saying. So how do you guys know that? Why are you saying that? There's one thing they tell him: the Indians are chopping wood like crazy. A lot of times we predict our own future with our own insecurities.
Driving the car, holding onto the rearview mirror.
Right. Driving the car, holding onto your rear view mirror. Very well said.
Hi.
The Chassidim, I have Coke and I have Mashke. Chassidim always prefer Mashke over Coke. You know why? You know why I cook? You don't know why? What's your name? Ellie. Let me tell you why, you'll know. Sim always preferred mashka over Coke because of the following reason. It goes back to a conversation that Coke and vodka had in the freezer one day. Coke and vodka were in the freezer, and Coke was frozen, and vodka was not frozen. And vodka said to Coke, Coke, why you like that? And Coke says, because it's cold outside. Vodka, why aren't you frozen? And vodka said, I don't care what's going on outside. I am who I am. Yes, too. A lot of people, there's a famous words, people say, Yankel decided 20 years of his life to act the way he thought people wanted to expect him to be. Next 20 years, Yankel says, forget about how people think I should be. And then next 20 years, he said, you know what? No one was looking at me in the first place. No one was looking at me in the first place. There's something that's demanded of each of us, Ellie. Something that's asked from us. We could spend our time thinking about what people say about us. We could spend our time thinking about what's really asked of us. What's really asked of us. That's the amazing. Ask what's really asked of us.
Yeah.
Do they have a library in Chicago yet? A library for children to pick out books? Found it out.
It's a Jewish, but we're not all about it.
I see it in the, I don't know, I can't tell because I'm not seeing the crowd. I'm just seeing on the Zoom is. Yeah.
You know we have, you know what the Rebbe said to do in every city? That every city has to have a lending library. A lending library. Every city should have one. Not a Jewish one.
We're not Jewish work.
Jewish one? Take out Jewish books. Jewish books. Learn from cause.
No.
Cheder has it the way it's open on Sundays? No. Two books a month? 2 books a week. There's instruction that Rebbe said that every city, schools have libraries, it's not only open to the city. It's not a place that Rebbe said like this.
It would be easier to start with a new library.
There's a big library, Jewish library.
Okay, great.
It's huge, humongous, like unbelievable. I bring like everything.
You remember yourself from the Rebbe, you remember?
Huh?
You remember, you have some things to share that you remember from the Rebbe. You have.
Okay.
You have. They're over by mitzvah for sure. They're for sure over by mitzvah. Would you write about Aliyah? Yeah, Aliyah was downstairs. You have what to share.
Ki yonu
Don't forget
he's in charge. He's the rabbi. I checked it. What's Rebbe doing right now, you know? I'll tell you. This guy wrote to the Rebbe that he got a letter from the previous Rebbe, and the previous Rebbe wrote to him that he should have a Torah class in his house. He should encourage people to join the Torah class. And he wrote to the Rebbe that he's doing this, his Torah class in his house. These people coming. And now he's having a Torah class in his house, but he also has children coming to his house for a Shabbos party. And not only they come for the Shabbos party, they also come during the week as well. And he wrote to the Rebbe that he does all these things, he does not feel any satisfaction. He's doing these things. The previous were told to do. He's studying Torah by himself, giving Torah classes to others. He's inviting children to come to his house on Shabbos during the week as well. But always missing is satisfaction. Rebbe responded to him. I don't want to misquote the Rebbe, but the point I think the Rebbe said was, what you're missing is not satisfaction. What you're missing is Kabbalah Zelle. What you're missing is accepting upon yourself the yoke of heaven. In other words, you're doing the right thing. The reason you're not feeling satisfied is because you don't understand the gravity of your position, of where you are and what you're meant to be doing. If you accept it upon, I've explained. Every soul in our generation is a part of the tzaddik soul. The tzaddik is like a mother soul. And every soul is a part of the tzaddik soul. If you're missing something yourself, you're able to access reservoirs of energy, spiritual energy, by connecting yourself to the tzaddik. So although you yourself may be missing something, by connecting to the tzaddik, you're able to open a channel of renewed energy in yourself. So it was said, not only that, not only are you connected to the tzaddik, but also it says in the member of Chayelul that year that the Rebbe was writing his letter to him on Tafshin Yud 5710. The Rebbe said that the tzaddik entrusted you with doing something, and just like a simple person, maybe not in the realm of a tzaddik, not in the realm of a wise man, but the tzaddik needs something from you. The wise man, the king, whoever it is, needs something that from the simple person. By the simple person doing something that the wise man or the king needs, he creates a connection between himself and this wise man and this king and this tzaddik. So it was said that the tzaddik is asking you to do something, and you do something, and he's asking you to do, you're carrying with you the power of this tzaddik. You're carrying with you the power of the one who sent you. So it was said, how could it be that you don't feel so fortunate about the fact that you're entrusted to do something for the tzaddik? What's missing is, the Rebbe said, is not that you're not satisfied. What's missing is that you're not sensing who sent you, what your mission is. There's a lot of things that we need to do. Everyone has different things they need to do. I have some for you. Everyone has something they need to do. The lack of satisfaction is not because of what we're doing necessarily, but because of we're not so aware of who we're doing it for and who we belong to. If we know who we belong to, who we're doing it for, that itself, the Rebbe says, opens up a channel of an energy of satisfaction. The Rebbe said these words: Kabbalah Zelle, accept upon yourself the yoke of heaven, opens up a channel of energy for you. The very fact that you take upon yourself the yoke of heaven, you do what you're told to do, that gives you energy. The way to receive the energy of your soul, to be excited about what you're doing, ironically, it comes from blind acceptance of the destination of where Hashem has placed you. By accepting upon yourself where Hashem has placed you, truly and wholly, you open up a channel of energy in where you are. The Weiss is a man of tremendous iskafia. Iskafia means you're able to put yourself on the side of what has to get done. Even though his bedtime is 4 or 3 hours ago, he's still on with us. The Weiss this is his yontif, because he was one of the. The Weiss is still on here. He is one of the instrumental Rebbe's gesund. He's not letting go of his yontif.
That's why he became the Rebbe's doctor. He's supposed to only be
There is a certain kind of connection we have by focusing on the task at hand. Even though it doesn't seem so glamorous, it doesn't seem so impactful. By focusing on the task at hand that Hashem has sent us to us, we connect to something otherworldly. There was a chassid in the Tzemach Tzedek who was a great Torah genius, incredible Torah genius. And he asked Tzemach Tzedek the following question. He asked Tzemach Tzedek, is how can I reach the level of a simple person? Of a simple person. He realized that a simple person is on a higher level than he is. He is a great Torah genius, but a simple person with a simple faith is connected at a different level. So the Tzemach Tzedek said, accept upon yourself the yoke of heaven. When you accept upon yourself the yoke of heaven, it changes your reality and it reveals your essence. How do you bring out the best stuff of yourself? It's Kabbalah said. Kabbalah said to accept upon yourself the yoke of heaven. It changes the reality of who you are and it reveals your very core. It puts you in a different place. Kabbalah said, accept upon yourself the yoke of heaven. It changes the reality of who you are. It reveals the best stuff of best stuff inside of you. The best stuff inside of you is revealed by Kabbalah sale. Accept upon yourself the yoke of heaven. You're able to do different kinds of things with that kind of acceptance and focus. There's an argument among the Rishonim about the definition of a mikveh. If Rabbi Hertz was a little more sober, he would comment on my definition of these various definitions. Baruch Hashem is not, so I can say things freely without any comments. There's an argument about a mikveh. One of the ways of mikveh to be kosher is the mikveh to be irrigated with water from a wellspring. Water from a wellspring enters the mikveh is kosher. Not just it's kosher, the mikveh is able to be used for the torah duma waters, the waters of the red heifer, the waters that purify a zav, and living waters. What if the waters of the living wellspring are interrupted? If interrupted, it stops being the wellspring. It has to continue on. What if the wellspring reaches a river, a tributary of the river, and it stops there? So according to most opinions, it's no longer a wellspring. Maimonides says,
What?
Notice?
Who your place?
He says, if the wellspring continues past the place of the tributary of the river, the wellspring, then,
Built anything
oh, thank you. I'll come.
So can you?
The wellspring goes to the river, it remains a river. It remains a wellspring.
Can you wrap some of it up?
The Rebbe said, there's a concept in halacha called tefech masatzfiach. Tefech masatzfiach means, what's the definition of moisture according to halacha? Moisture means moist enough to cause something else to be moist. You're wet enough, they can come to something else and also become moist. But then there is another concept. And not only are you moist enough,
So how was that? How you get a million?
you're so moist that the thing that you touch, if that thing you touch something else, will also be moist. What definition of a wellspring? A wellspring is something that not only does it go through the tributary, it goes past it. So the Rebbe said, the wellspring means the Rebbe. The Rebbe, the previous Rebbe, and all the Rebbe were the
What are you planning to be up for the rest of the night already?
wellspring. Not only will you inspire, but you go past the tributary, you inspire them.
Mr. B, please mute yourself.
This is the Rebbe's merchandise. Goes on as long as you're inspiring one person and they're staying where they are, it's not the Rebbe's merchandise. If you inspire someone to inspire others, that's something else. It says in the Gemara that from the time of the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, God has no place except for Elinu. Very good. The 4 cubits of halacha. So the Alter Rebbe said about this. He says there's a marked difference between someone who visited the Baal Shem Tov and someone who visited the Beis HaMikdash. When someone visited the Beis HaMikdash, they came back to the Beis HaMikdash with a spirit of holiness, a spirit of inspiration. However, when someone visited the Baal Shem Tov, not only were they inspired, but they wanted to inspire others. They wanted to go to someone else as well. They didn't just want to be inspired to daven, to learn the good stuff. When you visited the Baal Shem Tov, you came home, you said, I want to talk to the Jew, and I want to share with him what I got from Baal Shem Tov. This guy's pretty good. Eli, I don't know who you are, but you're good. Chaim. God should bless you all your hearts. I ask for good, Eli. Surah status. Chaim Baruch. So the Alter Rebbe said, God doesn't have any place in the world except for the 4 cubits of halacha. Said the Alter Rebbe, halacha means movement. Alter Rebbe explained that where is Hashem after the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash? Hashem is in a place of movement. Hashem is in a place of inspiration. So the Alter Rebbe explained that if you're in the place of the Baal Shem Tov, or the students of the Baal Shem Tov, or the students of the Baal Shem Tov, you are in a place of movement, a place of inspiration. And that's where Hashem is found. Part of the Beis HaMikdash, there was a limitation. You went to Beis HaMikdash, came home like, I want to be there. But visiting the Baal Shem Tov, you had something more. Not just you inspired yourself, but means you wanted to share and inspire others. That was unique about visiting the Baal Shem Tov. You wanted to share with other people as well. So the Alter Rebbe said, that by visiting the Baal Shem Tov, you wanted to go, you wanted to share, you wanted to inspire others. That's what was unique about visiting the Baal Shem Tov. That's a place of Hashem. After the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash, where is Hashem found? In other words, my words, Hashem is found by farbrengen. Hashem is found by farbrengen, where we're students of the Baal Shem Tov, and we want to go somewhere. We don't just want to go and like, okay, we did it. We want to go somewhere. That's where the Eibush is found. We should go with the Rebbe where he wants us to go. We should let go of where we are. We should go with the Rebbe where he wants us to go. That's Lacham. Huh?
No, I'm saying call. And it's wissen. Schlag die in die Mann.
No.
You didn't do that.
Admired.
You didn't do that.
Getting nervous.
The guy who didn't done married.
What's about mine? I never heard. I'm making a film. I even in Farbengen. Have you heard? No. What? She has here. That's mine. Have you heard? I'm being this thing. Some of my friends are.
Different levels of opposite. What? Thank you. Eli, want to tell you something. Who's the rabbi in the corner of him? What's his rabbi's name? Rabbi. What's it? Rabbi Gorevich. Chaim Rabbi Baruch Gorevich. Chaim. You were there. You were there. Chaim Baruch. It says in the Gemara, if you daven for someone else, God answers you first, right? If you daven for someone else, God answers you first. I know there's different versions of the story, but I heard the story from Rabbi Mendel Feller was a product of the story, and so I trust his version. Mendel Feller told me like this. I just asked him, I was buying now in New York, the Kislev to ascertain if I heard it correctly, and he said, yes, this was correct. He said like this. He said, his father, Rabbi Shmuel Chafer, all of a shalom, we're not blessed with children. I mean, Moshe Feller, Rabbi Shmuel Chafer, all of a shalom, we're not blessed with children. Rabbi Shmuel Chafer came to New York for Purim, and he wanted to go to an audience with the Rebbe. That's why he came to New York to be by the Rebbe. But suddenly he received an instruction from Bechadakov. Bechadakov wanted him to go to Minnesota. And from Minnesota, he had to go off to some remote town within Minnesota or near Minnesota, I remember. Ames, Iowa. That's correct. And after he came back from this mission, he was debriefed by the Rebbe. The Rebbe debriefed him. But he was debriefed.
What is debriefing?
Debrief means that the Rebbe
interrogated.
What does debrief mean?
It was asking him what happened. What happened? Now, neither he or Rabbi Moshe Feller were blessed yet with children. I don't know the year. The Rebbe was asking him what happened in this mission to Ames, Iowa, and Minnesota. And in the middle, while he's there by the Rebbe, he suddenly has this feeling about Rabbi Moshe Feller. He says, Avol, but Rabbi Moshe Feller was not yet blessed with children. The Eibusher needs to bless him with children. That's what he asked the Rebbe. So the Rebbe responded, this is unbelievable. This I heard it from Mendel Feller. Just now I was in New York, I heard it from Mendel Feller, who was born from this. Mendel said that the Rebbe looked at him, and the Rebbe said, if you daven for someone else, you're answered first. So Hashem should bless you also with children. You should go to this doctor in Israel. Then the Rebbe said, the Rebbe interrupted himself. He said, nay, no, without a doctor. Do you understand?
Wow.
He said, nay, on a doctor. First, he said, you should go to this doctor, right? Go to this doctor. You need to have a blessing for children. Go to this doctor. They interrupted himself. He said, nay, on a doctor, without a doctor. No insult, Dr. Weiss. Nay, on a doctor, without a doctor. And the Rebbe told him they should have a blessing for children, and whoever davened for someone else was answered first. Within a year, both Rabbi Feller and Rabbi Chafer were blessed with a child. Who was answered first? Rabbi Chafer. If you davened for someone else, you were answered first. You know what's going on? There is something that everyone wants to give, but he was able to receive it. Everyone wants to give, but he able to receive what everyone wants to give you. He was able to receive what everyone wants to because he had such opposite Yisrael for his friend. But Rabbi Feller doesn't have a plus. He's doing amazing work over there in Minnesota, but he doesn't have a child. And he was able to receive the Rebbe's bracha. Understand? He asked the Rebbe for bracha for his friend. He said, nay, on a doctor. The Rebbe interrupted himself. Nay, on a doctor. You understand? There's something that wants to give. You can give so much. If you're a vessel, you can receive more. Just now I was in New York. I heard another Jew. He said his grandfather, his parents were not chassidus, to say the least. I thought his name, Rabbi Weber, not the famous Rabbi Weber, Rabbi Weber's brother. His parents were not chassidus, and he grew up, he's 7 years old. He had this feeling, he wanted to have long payas. He wanted to have long payas. That's what he wanted. He's a little child, 7 years old, he wanted to have long payas. He wrote a letter to the Rebbe. He asked the Rebbe, can I have long payas? He was Litvish. And the Rebbe responded, yes, you can have long payas. But his father didn't let him. His father didn't have long payas. He wanted to feel Jewish, have long payas. His father said no. Years later, he was in the audience of the Rebbe, and he came with his father. And his father introduced him, this is my son. You know what the Rebbe said? I know your son. I know your son. Your son wrote to me before. I know your son. Rabbi Bornstein told me, I heard from his wife and him, she was a little girl. Her parents didn't want to light Shabbos candles. They showed her the Rebbe. Actually, no. In Lubavitch, she would say names. She would say names during the story. She said she was, her parents told her, if the Rebbe, I heard from her myself. She said, the Rebbe came out to campaign like Shabbos candles, and she went with her parents to Cashapp, and her parents said, you can't light Shabbos candles. We don't want you to. They weren't that religious, but they were Holocaust survivors. They were Holocaust survivors. Doesn't matter. They were Holocaust survivors, and they didn't want to light Shabbos candles. They didn't want to light Shabbos candles. They didn't want it to. They were Holocaust survivors. It was weird to them. They didn't want it. It was it interrupted their lives. So they told her, if the Rebbe himself told her to light Shabbos candles by himself, you can light Shabbos candles. They came to Kislev. It's crazy. I remember myself. They came past the Rebbe. The Rebbe called them back. The Rebbe called her back and says, do you like Shabbos candles? I was clear the sky. Clear the sky.
And she said no.
The point is, my dear friends, we're not alone. When I was in New York, you could tell already that I'm an interesting character, right? When I was in New York by the Kislev Shluchim, I saw this Polish chassid by one of the tables sitting by himself. I was curious. Walked over to this Polish chassid. I said to him, tell me, what's the virtue of the Babish chassidim? Like, why is this guy who's from, I don't know what, he has a long, I can't tell the kind of hat, the kind of coat he has, which chassid he is. It's all, maybe it's a pronounceable Rebbe, like Baba and Bells. Maybe it's impronounceable, like Racham Suska or something. I can't tell. He just has a long pace. I said to him, tell me, what's the virtue of Lubavitch? Why'd you come to Lubavitch? So he told me, amazing thing. In short, he said he was in a yeshiva, Migdal HaEmek. He was in Migdal HaEmek in yeshiva. He had spent the Shabbos there, Chabad yeshiva. He saw a Bachar, a yeshiva student learning Gemara Kedusha between the Seder. He asked the Bachar, why are you learning Gemara Kedusha? Okay, Rabbi Shem wants to hear the whole story. The whole story was his wife was married to a family. His wife is from a family that supported Chabad, some shluchim. So whenever they came to New York, his wife insisted they visit the Rebbe. They came to the oil every time they went to the oil. He didn't feel anything about the Rebbe, but go to all the tzaddikim, pronounceable Rebbes, unpronounceable Rebbes, Lubavitch, with also the Lubavitch Rebbe. He didn't tell anything. He said one time he came to the Rebbe, he just felt a hergish bleeding. He felt he doesn't know why. And he felt like he should do something. He told the Rebbe, I promise, I'm going to start learning the Sichos. Start learning the Rebbe's Sichos. He told me his story. He was there to show. He said, when he started learning the Sichos, he learned how the Rebbe says do various things. He started doing them. Started going to farbrengen. Started going on with sewing, field campaign, mitzvah campaign, Shabbos candles. And he ended up going to Yeshiva Migdal HaEmek. And by Yeshiva Migdal HaEmek for Shabbos, he saw a Bachar learning Gemara Kedusha. He asked the Bachar, why are you learning Gemara Kedusha? Are you trying to finish the Masechta? No. Is this the Masechta you guys are learning in Yeshiva this year? I said no. I tried to finish the whole Seder of Noshim? I said no. Trying to finish the whole Shas? I said no. So why in the world are you learning Masechta Kedusha? He said, the Bachar looked at him like, what are you talking about? It's Teres Hashem. Teres Hashem. The guy was shocked. He said, I never heard of that before. This guy is a guy, with the whole trimmings, the White Sox and everything. He never heard of such a thing. I'm learning Torah because of the Abish's Torah. It just was a whole new kind of thing. And that's how he became a chassid. That's how he became a chassid. I heard it from him. I was in New York, I heard it from him. And I was like, wow, I didn't know that. It was made of different stuff. You look at Gemara, you look at this, you know this, you know that, you know a lot of bits and then you got to keep in touch with the truth. Keep in touch with the truth. You hear what's going on? L'chaim, l'chaim, ich kann touch mit der Schuhe. Chaim, chaim. Oh, yedada, yedada, yedo. Yo, yedada. Ay, yedada, yedada, yedada. Oh, la 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 what's your name? Cantor? Cantor. Ay, la 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 Navi, wherever will be, he sees.
Yeah, Rebbe said this could be. This was a touch my touch my
I had here about my mouth. That's
overflow.
That Marash, get with the mind wrap, something involved. So, Rabbi Shab, a conversation with his friend, Rabbi Shab had a conversation with his friend, about the meaning of a chassid. And the conversation was as follows. Yaakov al said to Rabbi Shab, a chassid is someone who's connected to the Rebbe, who's kusher with the Rebbe. Which parenthetically, connected means to be close to someone, not connected. Connected means that you don't have an entity to yourself. Like you're about to. And I think it's the word bittul, but that's the right word. You're right. It's always beyond the comfort zone. Beyond the comfort zone. It's like you can't let go. You can't let go. So that's the Yaakov al told Rabbi Ashab. Rabbi Ashab didn't agree. He said, connected to the Rebbe, it's like the body and the soul. The body connected to the soul, but not sufficient. The body connected to the soul. The body also does what the soul wants. So he said, someone's connected to the Rebbe, it's not enough he's connected to the Rebbe, he has to do what the Rebbe wants to do. That's it, the Rebbe told Yaakov multiple times. A year later, the Rebbe Rosh gave a member called Kocha Gadol, the great member Kocha, English Lamar Kocha, Lamed Zayin, After that member, the Rebbe Rosh met another chassid, Rabbi Bezalel, because I want to cover something. Rabbi Bezalel, he asked this chassid, what is a chassid? Rabbi Bezalel said a different thing than Rabbi Yaakov said. He said that a chassid is an ibegem and their ship is lost here in Mashkutz. A chassid is someone who's devoted to help other people. That's it. And Rabbi Bezalel told Rabbi Rashab, if you're devoted to help other people, you receive a lot of benefit yourself. I can tell you a story about myself. That's what Rabbi Bezalel told Rabbi Rashab. He said that where he lived in a city, in a village, very simple Jews. By the time he was 12 years old, he knew a lot of Tanakh, a lot of Gemara, a lot of stories of Gemara. And although he was a Kavad Peh, especially after his father passed away, he stopped being able to speak in a clear and consistent way. But he always cared about the people in his town who didn't know about Torah, and he shared Torah with them. He constantly devoted himself to share Torah with them. And it was very difficult for him, especially after his father passed away. He was almost like mute, but he still kept on doing it. He came to Tzemach Tzedek, and Tzemach Tzedek, he told Tzemach Tzedek how he shares Torah with people, but it's very hard for him. So Tzemach Tzedek thought for a while, and then Tzemach Tzedek said that you should become a school teacher, and Hashem should bless you. You should have a smooth tongue and a mouth that can share words of Torah, inspiration, in a clear, consistent way. He said, after he left the room with Tzemach Tzedek, he became a completely different person. He said the Maharal made a golem out of clay, and the Rebbe, Tzemach Tzedek, made a golem out of flesh and blood. He suddenly was able to speak to people clearly, without stuttering, without hemming and hawing. And he said he suddenly was open to be able to understand the Torah, to share Torah with people in a whole different way. So he's saying that by accepting upon yourself the shlichus that Hashem is sending you on, not just for other people, but as the Rebbe emphasized countless times in the Rebbe's letters, ha b'ha tayu. You do for others, do for yourself. It's interdependent. The more you do for others, symbiotic. It brings a bracha for yourself as well. It's not just a bracha for others. You do for others, a bracha for yourself. The other simcha cantor. Okay, little chaim bracha.
Rabbi, I just want to say good evening, and I want to thank you for joining.
Yes, Dr. Weiss.
I just want to thank you, Rabbi, and I forgot to mention something very important when I gave my talk. Your grandfather, of blessed memory, was really instrumental in keeping me on the job, because when I got to New York...
Hold on, let me put the volume a little louder so I can hear you. 1 second. Go ahead, sorry.
I just wanted to mention one thing that I wanted to mention in the talk, that when I was called to New York to take care of the Rebbe, one of the very early calls I got was from your grandfather, who was instrumental in making sure I understood the importance of the mission. And it really kept me from going back to Chicago to retain my job. And he was really so much involved with making sure the Rebbe had a doctor who would care for him. And I didn't want to ignore that fact when I gave the talk. I have to leave now because I am under medical instructions not to stay up too late for certain reasons. But I want to thank you for even giving me a Misha Berach, a blessing for health in between one of your Farbengen talks. I want to thank you for mentioning my name, my mother's name. So, in regards to the whole Fogelman family, the Levin family, and I'm going to call your mom probably tomorrow just to tell her how beautifully you served our community by being at this Farbengen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Weiss. You don't know how happy I am to see you, to participated. Really appreciate it. Really, I do.
We appreciate that you came to Chicago for us. Thank
Your
you.
schus is extraordinary.
You are your own schus and the schus of your family, which we have such regard for. Thank you again, Rabbi. All the best. And thank Rabbi Hertz. I don't see him right here, but tell him thank you for inviting me to join you.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night.
We needed like QR codes on the wall for Bais Bezalel. Fundraising. Cashapp. How many years have you been doing YouTube for?
You saw my YouTubes?
Yeah, I subscribe.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Ellie. What's your last name?
Writer.
You're from New York?
Yeah.
Oh. Dr. Ryder, Chaim Uracha. I don't know if you heard this word, but it's I made it up about your father. There was always a question by Chassidim, by the Rebbe Rashab. Sometimes they ask the Rashab for a bracha, and it would go like this.
Yeah.
And Chassidim had a question whether there was no tradition to begin with, or the Rebbe Rashab, by saying he transformed not to be an issue. He transformed it into not being an issue. We'll never. Sorry, I can't speak. Chassidim always had a question. Well, the Rebbe asked the Rashab for a bracha, and he went, did it mean that it was never an issue to begin with? Or did the Rebbe Rashab transform it into being nothing by saying, They didn't know. But thanks to Dr. Ryder and today's more advanced medical equipment, we know the answer to this question. Dr. Ryder said that a woman once came to him with her son who had a ruptured eardrum. The boy had stuck a Q-tip, right, into his ear, ruptured his eardrum, and he examined the ear, and he said the ear has to be operated on. It has to be operated on. A ruptured eardrum can go deaf, and the ear has to be operated on. But it can't be operated on right away. He has to first grow a little bit in order to do the operation. In the interim, this boy went with his mother to the Rebbe by dollars. And then we give a bracha to this boy. You heard the story before, right?
Almost thing.
You heard the story before? Are your father? Yankee is older than you?
I'm the other writer.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to hear the story.
Okay, no problem. So Dr. Ryder said, I heard a story from Dr. Ryder. He said that the lady went with her son to dollars, and the Rebbe gave a bracha to her son, and then he went back to Dr. Ryder. Dr. Ryder looked at his ear. In medical terms, there's a term called a pristine eardrum. It sounds like the vernacular pristine means it's perfect. He said he looked at the eardrum, it was punctured, it was ruptured, and now it was pristine. So he said that no other explanation. The boy went by the Rebbe gave a bracha, and then the ear changed. The ear became a pristine eardrum. So what I'm putting forth is that the Rebbe, the Chassidim always didn't know if the Rebbe was just expressing there was nothing, or was changing by saying that it makes it into nothing. So thanks to today's medical equipment, we know the answer. In many instances, it wasn't the Rebbe was just revealing that it's nothing, but the Rebbe's bracha transformed it into not being an issue.
Like your story, the Rebbe said not to go to the doctor.
Right.
And it changed.
On a doctor, exactly. On a doctor.
I'm probably between two farbrengen here. Actually, no, my whole life, I was the other writer.
You must be related. The other camps are not
Yes.
right.
Eating nicer though. I'm not leaving. I'm saying
Shkech.
I'm not leaving. Good night.
No problem. I'm coming back. I'm not leaving either. Rabbi Moshe, I'm not leaving, but please share a part with us. Before Shkia.
What does this guy do? What is
Can I transfer the mic to this rabbi? No. Okay. Sige, try again. Ay, 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 oh, yeah, Rabbi had a chavrusa. Somebody learned with chassidus. He asked Rabbi, what does it mean? Alter Rebbe is a new neshama. He says about Alter Rebbe, the neshama was a new neshama. So he told Rabbi, he thinks it means Alter Rebbe was a neshama that never was known before. That's the way people usually translate it. New neshama. The neshama was never here before, right? The neshama was never here before. Rabbi said to this chassid, this guy I was living with, that he thinks it means a neshama from a future era, a neshama from the time of Mashiach. Not just a neshama that was never recycled, but a neshama from the era of Mashiach. That's what Rabbi said. This guy I lived with, take this lightly. So you don't learn to that. He didn't like this, Rabbi's interpretation. He wasn't satisfied. So he wrote to the Rebbe, asking the Rebbe whose interpretation is correct. The Rebbe responded, what's the difference? This, that, what's the difference? What does it matter? You say it means this, you say it means that. What's the difference? That's what the Rebbe responded. It's a similar thing it says about the Baal Shem Tov. The Machzedek writes about the Baal Shem Tov, that the Baal Shem Tov predicted the future. And the Alter Rebbe predicted the future. Both predicted the future. And the Tzemach Tzedek says that the way they predicted the future wasn't just that they predicted it with Ruach HaKodesh, with prophecy, but they could see it physically. They could see, Hashem created the world, there was a light that Adam could see from one end of the world to the other. With that light, the Baal Shem Tov could see things happening in different times, different places, far off places, far off times, because there's a light that Hashem put in the world. When He created the world and He hid it in the Torah, tzaddikim could see things that happen in different places, different times. That's what the Tzemach Tzedek said about the Baal Shem. Then the Tzemach Tzedek adds, Gami Zikni, also my grandfather, meaning the Alter Rebbe. He also predicted the future, but he added that it was more than the Baal Shem Tov. He added it was Kolei ala Saira Mamish. It was exactly to a hair's breadth. That's what the Tzemach Tzedek said about the Alter Rebbe, that not only was it predicting the future, but Chalal in general was Kolei ala Saira, was very, very vivid, the vision of the Alter Rebbe. So the Rebbe commented on the words of the Tzemach Tzedek, and he said it sounds funny. Like, you have this level of prophecy, you have that level of prophecy. What does that mean? What's really the distinction that he's making? He had this level, he couldn't see so clearly, Al-Ghazal could see clearly. What does this mean? Beside the Librov, is the Rebbe said this in Morocco. There's a woman who lost 2 children at the age of 12 years old. Passed away very young. But her third son turned 12, got sick. She was very, very frightened. And she sent a letter to Rebbe through Rabbi Bezalel Chabad. In those days, to get a letter to go to New York from Morocco, letter to go back, minimum was 1 month. Minimum 2 weeks to go there, 2 weeks to go back. So she sent a letter to Rebbe through Rabbi Bezalel. But she was really interested in her son getting better, so she didn't wait for the whole month. She came back like after a day, what did Rebbe say? But no answer came from the Rebbe. Not after a month. She came back every day. What did Rebbe say? She came after a month. Are you sure you sent it to the Rebbe? You sure you sent it? Yeah, I'm sure you sent it. I heard this from someone who heard from his secretary. The secretary of Rebbe's name was Ibn Malka. Ibn Malka was the secretary. I heard this from someone who heard from Ibn Malka. Like Rabbi Librov must have been someone similar to my grandfather, Rabbi Farbengen, who thought he said it. He thought he did, he was sure he did. Every day she came, what did Rebbe say? No answer. After about 5 months, the answer came from Rebbe. Rebbe said, Kislev, Eidei Boru, the writing isn't clear. Hayela Yilbud the yeshiva, the child should learn in the yeshiva. Okay, tells the lady what Rebbe said. She doesn't know what it means. He doesn't know what it means. But he told her at least sign up. Oh, your son is sick. Sign him up to the yeshiva. Even if he can't learn the yeshiva yet, sign him up to learn the yeshiva. Let's just you should be registered in the yeshiva. That will itself will be the bracha for him. So he signed up. For Pesach, Mibun Malka is doing some Pesach cleaning and beside the Librov's desk. What is he finding in the desk? A letter from this lady. Never sent to the Rebbe. They wrote that Kislev and more. The writing isn't clear. I know what that means, but that's the words that we used. The writing isn't clear. That's what the Alter Rebbe said. The Tzemach Tzedek said about the Alter Rebbe. Rebbe explained. Baal Shem Tov had prophecy, or more than prophecy. He had a vivid picture of what the world, of what's going on in different places, different times, because of the light that Hashem brought to the world. He created the world. The Alter Rebbe, his vision of the world was not through the light that Hashem brought to the world. He created the world, but through the light of Bias of Mashiach, light of Chesed Mesa. So there's a vivid revelation, godliness, so you can see with your eyes. As the Rebbe said a few times, the Mashiach will come, we'll see godliness in the same way we look at the table. In the same exact way, we'll see godliness for Shem. So Rabbi Yoel, when he put together the book called The Essence of the Teachings of Chassidus, Hebrew, the Rebbe didn't edit it. Many years later, the Rebbe edited it. It was a farbrengen that the Rebbe gave in 19th of Kislev in 1966. he gave it to the Rebbe to edit. The Rebbe edited it. And one of the things he mentions in the booklet is how the Alter Rebbe is a Nunisham. See, that's what he put in the booklet. So he put in the footnotes in this booklet to a mimer of Kutatera. What does it say the mimer Kutatera? It says that Nun Neshamas means the Neshamas from a future era. A future era of Mashiach. That's the Alter Rebbe was a Nun Neshama. Like the Rebbe said in another talk, I just mentioned that the Alter Rebbe's vision was not just the vision of the creation of the world, but the vision from the future era of the coming Mashiach. That's why it was vivid. It doesn't just mean he had a clearer sight or less clearer sight. It means it's a kind of vision. Not because Hashem is infinite, therefore you can see everywhere. It's more about how Hashem's revelation is in the world in a very tangible way, and therefore his vision of Alter Rebbe was to a hair's breadth, not because he was clear vision, it was a kind of vision. It wasn't because Hashem is infinite, therefore there's space and time without interruption. It's about a revelation of Hashem in a way that permeates the physical world, and therefore the vision is in a way that's clear. See what I'm saying? That's why the Tzemach Tzedek said he's there, chassidus, he has the future. It wasn't just about the future events, it was about the future light of Mashiach. That's the vision of the Alter Rebbe. This is the idea of Rosh Kislev. Rosh Kislev is about the revelation of the coming Mashiach. It will help us get in touch a little bit more here, Shemayim. Get in touch with Rabbi wants us to do. Simple love. Chaim Baruch. By Yom Tov, you're supposed to read the Megillah. I don't know which parts of the Megillah were read already, so please tell me if you read reading a part of parak that was read already. By Megillah, it says you can't read it out of order. The Baal Shem Tov says the Iker is not that you can't read it out of order. You have to read it in a way that it's Levitic, that's height, that's today. Before Chodesh Kislev, before Shmini Atzeres, Rebbe Chaim Mushka called up and she asked, how heavy is Rebbe Sefer Torah? They answered, how heavy is Sefer Torah? It's a light Sefer Torah. And she asked, what about with the crown? They told her it's light with the crown too. And she asked that they minimize the time of Akafis. The Akafis should be short. That's what Rebbe Chaim Mushka asked. The Rebbe on a Shana Rabbah would give out lekach, honey cake, and that year, in Passover, they would give out a honey cake, and besides the honey cake, they would give out a mimer. Interestingly, in the mimer they would give out, they would added a footnote to the mimer which seems to have no connection to the mimer. They would added in the mimer that a chacham, leib chacham b'minei, the heart of a wise man is at his right side. It seems to have no connection to the mimer. They would just put that in about the meaning of the heart. Many other times, they have also discussed in a discourse something that was affecting the world. Rabbi Klein once said that the Rebbe once told him the reason he discussed in a discourse about Muslim chassidus is a common theme about garments, a house, and food. And the Rebbe explained the reason he spoke about that theme was because the world needed, there was a certain place that had a hunger. I mentioned the Muslim chassidus. And this Rebbe Chaim Mushka wanted the Rebbe to have a less of a strain. Apparently, she sensed that it was hard for the Rebbe. That year in general, Tashal Buches, the Rebbe davened from the bima that was erected for the Rebbe, the top over there, in the corner, in the northeast corner, 770, and the bima over there. The Rebbe just singing every night. And the Rebbe, Erev Shmini Atzeres, or Shmini Shana Rabbah, gave out lekach. After we concluded giving out lekach, they was about to go home to eat a little bit before Simchas Shmini Atzeres. It sounds very similar to the story of Bais Tammuz. The story of Bais Tammuz begins with the previous Rebbe seeing individual chassidim before he was arrested. The previous Rebbe said in his diary about Bais Tammuz that before he was arrested, he saw individuals about their personal issues. Similar thing, the Rebbe gave out lekach. We finished giving out lekach. Was about to go home to eat something before Yom Tov, and instead of eating something before Yom Tov, the Rebbe saw there were more people in the line. The Rebbe wanted to give out lekach to the people in the line, and the Rebbe ended up going home very late. And Yedi Davar say that the Rebbe didn't have time to eat anything before Yom Tov began. Just the amount of time he left to come back was so quick, he couldn't have eaten anything. So that makes me that Atzeres, the Rebbe danced and sang for the first 4 hakafos, but they saw the 4th hakafa, the Rebbe's face was very white. The Rebbe was rubbing his holy forehead with a handkerchief from the sweat. And the Rebbe, by the niggun of al that was clapping, but was very little energy in the Rebbe's hands. And the Rebbe looking at the people of the Chassidim. By the 4th hakafa, the Rebbe turned away from the Chassidim, then went back to the shtender, and his hands barely touched each other. The Rebbe was singing. And then the Rebbe went to his shtender, to his lectern. The Rebbe asked Rebbe Groner to bring him a chair, and the Rebbe sat down in the chair. At the end of the 4th hakafa, he sat down in the chair, and the Rebbe sat down in the chair and closed his eyes. So there was a huge tumult 770. Everyone ran out. Some people broke the windows where the Rebbe should have air. And everyone left 770. There was barely 100 people left in 770. Some of them were doctors, some of them were just curious. The Rebbe said they should continue the akafas. They continued the akafas, the fifth akafa. The fifth akafa, again, the Rebbe encouraged the singing, and again, the Rebbe had sat down. Okay, the sixth akafa, they decided they're not going to sing at all, not dance at all, so the Rebbe should be hard for the Rebbe. They had the sixth akafa very quickly, and then came the seventh akafa. They suggested to the Rebbe that for the seventh akafa, the Rebbe should do the akafa from the northeast corner of 770, where the Rebbe's bima was. They put up two bimas in general. There was a bima in the center of 770. The Rebbe came to dance with the Rashad, with the Rebbe's brother-in-law. There was another bima in the northeast corner of 770. The Rebbe danced, the Rebbe would daven. They suggested to the Rebbe that the Rebbe should do a makaf in the northeast corner, not have to walk to the center. The Rebbe refused. He said he's going to go to the center. There was very little people there. And the Rebbe was looking to see if the Rashad would accompany him. The Rashad came with the Rebbe. And they danced in the center of 770. After the dancing, cups were over. They finished Ma'ariv. At the end of Ma'ariv, and Aleinu, the Kadeshim, as always, the Rebbe said, Good Yontiv, Good Yontiv, Good Yontiv, and the Rebbe used his whole body to give the bracha of Good Yontiv. Later, the doctors said that the Rebbe was going through at that time, when the Rebbe sat down the first time, he was going through a heart attack. It was horrific pain. And despite the horrific pain that Rebbe was going through, the Rebbe walked up the stairs, which was impossible for a human being to do after going through a heart attack. A human being couldn't do that. And then when they came up, I forgot to mention, Rabbi Klein offered the Rebbe water. The Rebbe refused to have the water because he was out of his sukkah, and it was before Kiddush. They were walking up the stairs. They came into his room. As soon as the Rebbe came into his room, he had to lean against the wall of the Rebbe's room. Leaning against the wall. The hanukkah was shocked. The Rebbe closed the door for a while until the Rebbe Moshe came. The Rebbe came. The Rebbe went out to the sukkah and the Rebbe made Kiddush. They wanted the Rebbe to make Kiddush on grape juice. The Rebbe said, no, Kiddush is made on wine. The Rebbe made Kiddush on wine. After the Rebbe made Kiddush, Dr. Zelle said the Rebbe was missing a lot of sugar in his blood. Therefore, the Rebbe should have sugar. So the Rebbe had a piece of honey cake. And then the Rebbe washed, and then a Moitzi had a kazayas, I've asked for a kazayas, a little bit of meat, the bits of Sudas Yantiv. The Rebbe had a little bit of meat. You can imagine the chassidim were totally very concerned about the Rebbe. They're waiting to see what was going to happen. When the Rebbe came out of the sukkah, there's two steps from the sukkah to the 770. They walked up the two steps. The Rebbe encouraged the chassidim to sing. The Rebbe said, you remember this? You there? Very slowly. And when the Rebbe, when the Rebbe came back inside, his face was very white. Apparently from the strain of encouraging the singing of the chassidim, that was very strained. He came back to his room, and he said to announce that those who had already celebrated Hakafas should go home and have the meal of Yontif, and those who did not and still needed to celebrate Hakafas should go downstairs to 770 and celebrate Hakafas. The next day, or maybe even earlier, about 16 people went to the oil of the previous Rebbe to tell the previous Rebbe what had happened to the Rebbe. And during that day at Shmini Atzeres, that's when Dr. Weiss was invited. There were four doctors that were examining the Rebbe. But the four doctors basically said, if the Rebbe's not going to go to the hospital, they can't do anything. They give up. And Rabbi Moshe told Rabbi Krinsky, you know so many people, you can't get a doctor to take care of my husband. And that's when he called Dr. Weiss. Dr. Weiss immediately came and he stayed until the Rebbe, he said he's going to stay until there's good news. The Rebbe, on day of Shmini Atzeres, he was visited by Rabbi Kazanovsky. The Rebbe gave Rabbi Kazanovsky mashke, vodka, for the farbrengen. Rebbe said they should have the farbrengen. They should go to bring joy to the other shuls, talucha. As every yontif, every instructor, the chassidim should go to other shuls to bring joy. They should continue doing this, that as well. Rebbe also said they should give out vodka, l'chaim, by the farbrengen, in order that it shouldn't be a preparation from one day of yontif to the next. But Rabbi Kazanovsky should also distribute from the vodka that day as well to people. But they should have the farbrengen. We go to came into the Rebbe as well. And I forgot to mention, Maria Shmini Atzeres, they asked the doctors, how is it that when there's an injection, how is it that the blood is drawn into the tube when there's an injection? Is it from the needle or is it from the vacuum of the tube? The doctors answered correctly that the vacuum itself draws the blood. So Rebbe says that a rabbi gives a sermon on a holiday, and so therefore his sermon is that the vacuum draws the blood. The fact there's an emptiness, that's what draws more energy. So Rebbe said there was a person who came to him in an audience, and the person told the Rebbe he has no time to, he has no learning to speak of, no davening to speak of, there's nothing going on. So Rebbe said that on the contrary, the emptiness itself, the fact that there's emptiness, that itself draws more energy. The fact that you're empty, that itself causes people kind of chayes. On the day of Shmini Atzeres, Rabbi Groner came into the Rebbe. The Rebbe asked him that by the farbrengen he should share this teaching about the needle, by the farbrengen of Midas and Chastera. And the Rebbe said that the one who sits in the chair, meaning the Rebbe, they should put the chair out by the farbrengen, and the chassidim should picture that the one who sits in the chair felt it, is not missing. Remember this, Rabbi Gorevich? The one who there was this Benkel felt it. Remember that? Remember hearing that then? Yes, embassy. So they had the farbrengen, Midas and Chastera. Parenthetically, a similar thing happened time the Frierdiker, time the previous Rebbe. Rabbi Avram Parish was a prominent chassid in the previous Rebbe. Rabbi should explain the teaching about the needle. He should explain it with Marmatavis, with sources, the same teaching that the Rebbe said the night before about the needle. A similar thing happened time the previous Rebbe. Rabbi Avram Parish was invited. He was a prominent chassid in the previous Rebbe. He was invited to go to the previous Rebbe's room for a Seder Negunim, for a time of singing songs. All of the other chassidim were downstairs, not in the previous Rebbe's apartment. The prominent chassidim were in the previous Rebbe's apartment. The less prominent chassidim were downstairs. The previous Rebbe's chair was downstairs. The Ram Parisha was upstairs. He said, I wish I was downstairs. Why? He said something amazing. He says, here we can think that we're by the Rebbe. Here we're physically by the Rebbe. We think we're there. If we were downstairs, we'd be a shtickle mensch. We'd be a little bit human. We know that we have a lot to do. We're not there yet. So in a similar way, the Rebbe said, on Midas and Chastera, that they should announce, as there was this, the Benkel felt it. The one who sits in the chair is not missing. And that night, Midas and Chastera, I want to hear your version of the story because I'm very curious to hear first-hand information of the story because it sounds amazing. The Rebbe, Rabbi Kazanovsky, when he went into the Rebbe, I mentioned before, he was crying. And the Rebbe said, this is the opposite of what the Torah tells us, you should rejoice on Yontif. And the Rebbe said, tears are negative and saying they're against my will. And by adding in joy, that will add to my health. On the Midas and Chastera, this is what I'm asking about. This is what I heard. I heard it several times from several different people. I want to hear your version. Midas and Chastera, the Chassidim, as they've been instructed, they said it should be with a storm. It should be with a storm of joy. They sang with such a storm, you could hear the singing upstairs. And they sang the following song. Zol Shein Zayin the Geula, it should be the Geula. You aren't there. You heard this later the next day. The way I heard it was, they sang the song, instead of saying the Geula should come, they sang the Rebbe should be healthy. So the Rebbe is like gesund. And then they change the words, so the Rebbe will be healthy. And then they further change the words to, the Rebbe is healthy. Rabbi Gordon came downstairs, he said this. Oh. The sink is helping him. And the Rebbe himself stood up by his bed. By the way, they brought the bed, they wanted to bring the bed in the previous Rebbe, never refused to use that bed. And the Rebbe stood up by his bed, and the Rebbe wanted the Rebbe Gordon to turn out, and he could see that there's a remarkable difference in the Rebbe's health. And he saw the Rebbe standing up. And the Rebbe, when they sang the song, the Rebbe is healthy, the Rebbe said, this is chassidus. This is chassidus. Parenthetically, the Rebbe Tzidkei said that my father-in-law had one chassid, which means the Rebbe. And the Rebbe has no chassid. That's what she said. However, when it came to Chodesh Kislev, and she saw how people were crying, so happy, she was looking from the second floor, seeing the tears of the chassidim streaming down, looking at the Rebbe's healthy, they're so happy that the Rebbe's healthy, that the sheer delight that brought them the tears. The Rebbe Tzidkei said, Azechem al gets such good kids, such good kids. She retracted a little bit the strong remark that she made. That wasn't happy to Azech kutam al gyetzim, such good kids, she said. Das is chassidus. Chassidim are people, when they're looking at the Rebbe, and it's not, doesn't look good, looks as not gesund, it's the opposite, is that the Rebbe is gesund. They don't have a question. They don't have a question. That's chassidus. That's chassidus. Ay, let it Hey, I did it, yeah. Rabbi writes this. Yeah, writes this. Rabbi writes this. Rabbi writes this. Rabbi